Sounds good.
Good morning, all. We will go ahead and get started. I'm assuming AT&T is set to go. Is that correct, Ms.
Yeah.
Chiquetti?
Yes, we are. We're ready to go.
Let's go ahead and officially call this meeting to order here. We'll start off with our roll call. Ms. Chiquetti.
All righty. Chair Vasquez,
Present?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Here.
Member Gaines,
Here.
Member Schaefer, Deputy Controller Emron.
Here.
We do have a full body here. We have a quorum. With that, this meeting is officially called to order, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance. If I can get you all to please rise, those that can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With that, Ms. Chiquetti, let me just open up with some, I'd like to open up this meeting with a couple of quick remarks, and I'll turn to my colleagues and see if anybody else has any opening remarks. I'd like to open up this meeting in recognition of those who have lost their lives. You know, we're constantly hearing about folks with all these shootings going on throughout the U.S., and the one that comes to mind this last week in June 17th and 18th. So my heart goes out to those victims, the families, and all those that are impacted by it. And such a tragedy that these things continue to happen, and we have to continuously make remarks and give condolences to these families. But hopefully we can get the federal government and others throughout the country to step up and come up with some good measures that'll begin to address some of these issues that are causing these things. With that, let me just turn to my colleagues and see if there's any other opening remarks. And I see a hand already up from our Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to everyone. And for those viewing online, just to ditto your comments too, on behalf of the Controller, I just want to take a few moments to recognize that June is National Gun Violence Awareness Month. And in this last year alone, there have been 40,000 Americans who have had their lives cut short by guns, domestic violence, suicide, assaults and robberies, dozens of law enforcement officers who have been shot to death protecting their communities, and countless other survivors who will carry the pain and trauma for the rest of their lives. Our nation is being torn apart by gun violence at a time where guns are the #1 killer of our children, where 1 in 5 Americans have lost a family member to gun violence. In the first half of 2023 alone, there have been more than 260 mass shootings. And to the everyday gun violence that plagues our communities, bloodshed spilling out on the streets of Oakland, Los Angeles, Fresno, Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York. On average, 120 Americans are killed with guns each and every day. This gun violence epidemic has a particularly devastating impact on our black and brown communities. Black Americans are 10 times more likely to be victims of homicide. Latinx Americans are twice as likely. These are not only statistics or headlines, but the lives of a brother, a father, a sister, or a niece. Understanding the tragic effect a bullet can do to a human body, it is imperative to keep weapons of war off our streets and guns out of the hands of dangerous people. A majority of our citizens are eager to see common sense gun reform, establishing universal background checks, requiring safe storage of firearms, red flag laws, and banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. California has taken up the call to action and is an example for the rest of the nation to follow. According to the CDC, California was ranked #1 state for gun safety and saw a 37% lower gun death rate than the national average. So as leaders, we must do more, and Californians must still demand more to realize a future where our grocery stores, our movie theaters, malls, and places of worship are safe from the threat of gun violence, where our children don't have to learn to duck and cover before they learn to read and write. So in this month of June, I hold in prayer and memory those killed by gun violence and look to turn pain into purpose and demand action from those at the local, state, and federal level to end this gun violence epidemic once and for all, because enough is enough. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Member Schaefer.
I'd just like to remember a birthday today. Today is the birthday of Helen Keller, who is an inspiration to all of us. She was a woman that was born blind and went on to many great things in her life. We lost her at age 88 in 1968, but today is her birthday, and she gets a little bit of press, and she inspires all of us that no matter what our deficiencies in life, we can become the most productive of human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. My Vice Chair, Ms. Lieber, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the comments that have been made by our members so far are very well taken. And I also wanted to recognize that this is Pride Month. And there have been really wonderful demonstrations of pride all over our state. And most recently, even in very small towns, people are showing up and making the diversity of California very apparent. And it's also the month when we recognize Juneteenth, an important part of U.S. history and something that's celebrated throughout the state of California, and celebrated with a recognition of the strength and determination that people have had to bring to just living everyday lives. And like our chair mentioned and the deputy controller, California is really a shining beacon on the hill of diversity and inclusion and embracing our differences, not just tolerance. And it really is directly connected with Gun Violence Awareness Month and all of the things that we need to do to ensure that we have an equitable and inclusive society that has respect for all.
Thank you. Member Gaines.
Just wanted to recognize Juneteenth and speak directly to the issue.
Your mic might not be on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you
Yeah, I
go.
want to speak to Juneteenth and the issue at hand in relation to our history, and with slavery being such a moral horror. It's heartbreaking to think of the millions of lives lived in cruel bondage in our country. I'm thankful that we are nearly 100 years past the end of that inhumane era in American history. I want to honor the many men and women who fought on the battlefield and in all arenas, who have given their lives fighting to the end of this shameful practice. I'm proud to celebrate the freedom of all Americans and enjoy in this greatest country of the world. And then I'd also like to speak in reference to Gay Pride Month, and I'm thankful that people no longer need to live in the shadows. As a Christian, I recognize that we are all made in God's image, and that we should strive to love one another, honor and respect one another. May we all live up to those ideals of tolerance this month and every day of the year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Member
would like
Schaefer,
to
go ahead.
I would like to second Member Gaines' remembrance of Pride Month. I applaud all the participation the cities, the states, all over the country are giving to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your opening remarks. With that, let me turn it back to Ms. Cicchetti to call the first item of business.
First, we're going to do some informational announcement, and then we'll
Okay.
get on to the agenda. So a reminder that this meeting is live streamed to the public and posted on the BOE YouTube channel. There is no hearing reported today. The transcript of this meeting will be created from the audio live stream. First, I'd like to remind the audience to silence their cell phones and any other wireless devices. Second, the public comment is taken on each item. The public will be invited to comment on the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. Please, if you wish to speak before the board via telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line before the beginning of the agenda item you wish to comment on. We recommend this as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between that and the live stream. When giving public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you. The
Go ahead.
first agenda item, I apologize. The first item for today's meeting is item 1, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. When giving your public comments, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Okay.
Yes.
I was just informed that the controller is going to join the meeting right now.
Okay.
But we'll continue on with this then. First, I have no one in the audience who wants to make a public comment, and let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment at this time?
And if there's anyone that would like to make a public comment on the line at this time, please press 1 followed by the 0 on your touch tone phone. Again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we are not seeing anyone queue up at this time.
Okay, thank you. I have no written comment for this item at all, so we'll just go to the next item. I was going to say, I see that Ms. Cohen is on. I don't know if we want to, okay, all righty. The next item on our agenda is item 2, tax program matters, property tax program, non-appearance matters, board role changes. Adopt changes of values of state-assessed properties as recommended by staff, not subject to contribution disclosure statute. A, 2022 board roll state-assessed property, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 board rolls of state-assessed property. Mr. McCool will present these items for your consideration. These matters are constitutional functions.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and all board members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for the correction of errors of the state on the state assessed roll. I am here to present roll changes to the state assessed roll for the board's consideration. The roll changes all pertain to the same state assessee and are to correct assessee reporting errors. The assessee contacted our staff to report that the assessee had inadvertently misreported which counties the company's property was located in for different years. The assessee worked with staff to correct the reporting, and our staff then went through the value allocation process for each year to reflect the correct reporting. The roll changes before you do not change the company's overall assessed value in any of the years, but simply corrects how the assessed value is allocated to the counties in which the company's property is located. Upon the board's adoption of these changes, SAPD's staff will then notify each county of the roll changes, and the counties will be responsible for processing any applicable property tax refunds or issuance of new property tax bills. The state assessee will also receive notice of the roll changes and will be informed of each value change adopted by the board. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, and I ask for your adoption of these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. I see there is one unitary improvement that is about $800,000. If this amount was significantly larger, or will the corrections, I guess, were concentrated in one county, and I'm just wondering the impact that might have on on their budget.
Of course. I think it is important to remember that our changes are value changes. So it's in your particular example, 800,000 is the assessed value. So roughly the property tax equivalent for that on the tax bill would be about $8,000 in tax. So that's the first thing to remember. I will say that we have very good cooperation with our county partners. And typically when there is a large value change, whether an increase or decrease, when the county receives the roll, and actually there will be a preliminary roll before the final roll that they'll receive, they usually will inquire and they'll ask, are you sure this is correct? Can you provide us with some information as to what was the cause of this increase or significant decrease? And our staff does look into those questions, and we will provide the county with the information which substantiates why the value increased or decreased substantially. Oftentimes, the next question that our county partners have is, will we expect to see this value in the future? And that's something that we'll also investigate, and then oftentimes we'll be contacting the assessee to inquire to see, was this a one-time cost that is translated to an increase in or significant decrease in value, or is this something that we can expect to see ongoing? So we have a good cooperation with our assessee partners as well as our county partners whenever there's a significant increase or decrease. So we understand that it has a big impact on the counties, especially the smaller ones, and they want some assurances whether they can plan for this in their budgets going forward. So anytime there's a significant increase or decrease, we do typically hear from counties, especially if it's a smaller or medium-sized county, because of the direct impact on their county budgets. But yes, anytime we have a significant change, we will always make sure that there's a reason and provide the information the counties are looking for.
And as you mentioned, I don't know the size of this county,
Sure.
but now that you break it down that it's 8,000, I mean, for some of the large counties, I'm sure they probably had the reserves for that. Some of these smaller counties may not.
Correct. Yes. I've been doing the role changes for over a decade, and I do not recall an instance where a county has contacted us to say that
hardships,
they can't meet it. So we've had some theoretical discussions about what if that were to happen. I think that we could figure out a method, and I think we'd be somewhat limited in our technology, but we could be creative to perhaps meter in a change. We'd probably need to consult our legal department on whether that's allowed statutorily. But we have had some of those conversations in the past that if we ever encountered a situation where the change is too large for a county to reasonably absorb, what sort of alternatives might we have? So we have discussed that, and thankfully that hasn't come to our attention before, but if it does, we would work with the county, and most likely would have to work with the assessee as well.
Thank you.
Of course.
Before I open it up to my colleagues here, I just want to acknowledge that we do have our controller. I see her on the screen now. Good morning, Ms. Cohen. For those that are out there, especially those that may be listening, you're not able to see her on the screen, but she is on the screen with us today. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues.
I don't know if you had any comments on this or questions.
Actually, I don't have very many comments. I just want to recognize Mr. McCool and his team that, annually pull this together. This is an important constitutional function that we as Board of Equalization members carry out. And, that's really the only comments that I have. All the documentation seems to be well-written and easy to understand.
Thank you. Members, any questions or comments? Seeing none, I understand we do need a motion on this to approve this, right?
That's correct.
I'd like to entertain a motion to approve staff recommendation. I look at my vice chair, and I will.
Second.
We got a second from Member Gaines. Do we have, we don't have any written comment on this, do we?
No, we have not received any written comment. Let me go to the AT&T
Okay.
moderator and see if there's anyone on the line. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1 then 0 on your touch-tone phone at this time. Again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we are not showing anyone queuing up at this time.
All righty, and we've not received anything in writing, so we can move forward.
So we have the Vice Chair moved the staff recommendation, and it was seconded by Member Gaines.
Okay,
With that, Ms. Chiquetti, if you would please call the roll.
sure. Chair Vasquez?
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Controller Cohen?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you, Mr. McCool.
Thank you.
Ms. Chiquetti, what's our next item?
The next item. The next item on the agenda is item 3, Chief Counsel Matters, Proposed Revision of Property Tax Rule 192, Audit Selection. Staff requests authorization to commence the formal rulemaking process by publishing a proposed amendment to the Property Tax Rule 192, Audit Selection, to make Rule 192 consistent with Senate Bill 1498, which amended Section 468 to provide county assessors flexibility in meeting annual audit requirements. This item is being presented by Mr. Lynn.
I think you said 468, and I think it's 469, right?
All right, that is correct, 469. I apologize.
Just for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and members of the board. My name is Lawrence Lynn. I'm a tax counsel here in the legal division. I'm here to request that the board vote to initiate the rulemaking process for the proposed amendments to Rule 192. This is titled Audit Selection. Let me provide you first with background information for this rule. So under existing property tax law, taxpayers with taxable personal property having a total cost of $100,000 or more self-report that property to the local county assessor on a form called a business property statement. To encourage the accurate and proper reporting of such property, RTC Section 469 requires county assessors to annually audit a certain number of taxpayers. This is termed a significant number of audits and varies by county. Our Property Tax Rule 192 provides guidance for these audits. So effective in 2019, Senate Bill 1498 amended Section 469 to provide county assessors with additional flexibility in meeting these audit requirements. So rather than conducting a certain number of audits each year, county assessors could complete 4 years' worth of required audits at any time, as long as it was within a set 4-year period. And the first set period began with the 2019 to 2020 fiscal year. So our proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 192 would add similar language that was provided by SB 1498's amendments to Section 469. This would conform the BOE rule to the statute. And this proposed amendment will bring 192 in line with the RTC Section 469, and we request that the board grant our request to initiate the rulemaking process for the previously mentioned reasons. This concludes my presentation, and now I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Section 469 requires assessors to conduct a significant number of audits of taxpayers in their county who have filed business property statements with at least $400,000 worth of business property. What is considered a significant number, and how does this amendment impact that?
Right, so a significant number of audits is defined in Section 469 and is essentially a formula that each county will apply to determine what their significant number is. Previously, assessors were required to conduct mandatory audits on taxpayers with trade fixtures and business tangible personal property greater than $400,000 at least once every 4 years. And as a result, each county had a different number of taxpayers to audit, and Section 469's formula says to take that number, divide it by 4 in order to get a yearly average, and then multiply that by 75%. That would then get them to the significant number of audits for a county's fiscal year. staff actually provided the calculated significant number of audits to the counties via letters to assessors back in 2009 in LTA 2009/49. Ultimately, the changes made to Section 469 don't change this formula, and neither do our amendments to Rule 192.
So, the second one is, how will this rule affect large counties like Los Angeles in terms of their workload? And I guess also the impact it might have on some of the smaller counties in terms of their resources.
Yeah. Well, the changes made to Section 469 only change the timing requirements for the audits. For large counties such as Los Angeles, the increased flexibility in meeting the annual audit requirements should be helpful, especially if they have any shortfall for any given year. They would be able to have that flexibility to try to get 4 years' worth of audits within a different year. Well, as long as it's within the 4-year set period. For smaller counties that have limited staff, especially for the smaller counties that don't have an auditor, it's especially helpful for them because it allows them to, instead of having to hire a contractor, an outside contractor to do these annual audits every year, they can now just hire that contractor once and do all 4 years' worth of audits within that one time, as long as it's within that set period. Right, so then the rule change is so our regulations will then parallel the changes made to Section 469, so there isn't any confusion as to why our current rule is different from Section 469.
Have we getting any feedback from the assessors on this?
Last year, staff sent out letters to assessors, this is LTA number 2022-53, and they weren't able to receive any feedback to date. If the honorable members approve of our request to initiate rulemaking, once the notice is published, the public will have 45 days to submit any written comments, and also we'll be having a public hearing in August of this year, and during the board meeting, and they can bring the comments at that time in person if they wish.
Thank you. Let me open it up and see if there's any comments or questions from any of my colleagues. Seeing no hands, I think we're all good.
Thanks.
We need a motion on this, though, right? So
That's correct.
I believe so.
let me just put out, I guess we need a motion let me entertain a motion to adopt the staff recommendation. And my vice chair is moving the staff recommendation. I will go ahead and second that. Do we have any written comments on this?
We have not received any written comments on this item. Let's go to the AT&T moderator.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Once again, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1, then 0 on your touch-tone phone at this time. And once again, we're seeing no lines queue up.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Keddy, we go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, so we have a motion to adopt staff recommendation given by Vice Chair Lieber, second by Chair Vasquez. We'll take the roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe this was your first presentation, no, before us?
Well, before you, I normally go on Teams.
That's right.
Yeah.
In person, I should
But yeah,
say.
it's good to meet you all in person.
Likewise. With that, Mr. Keddy, what's our next item?
Our next item on today's agenda is item 4 and item 5, consent agenda. Item 4 is adoption of the May 23rd, 2023 board meeting minutes, and item 5 is the adoption of the retirement resolution for Anita Hurtado. We will take the consent items up in one vote. We will present the retirement resolution after the vote. So I need a motion.
Yes. Members, do we have, this, first of all, on the minutes. Do we have any?
The minutes and the resolution were for the consent agenda, so
For the
the
consent.
consent, yeah, it's
Oh,
all,
it's just going to be one item.
one vote for the
Okay.
both items.
All right, I'll go ahead and move it. It looks like
Second.
Member Gaines will second that then.
Okay, so I have a motion, well, let's go to the AT&T moderator. We have no one in the public who'd like to make a comment on this item, so we'll go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
And once again, if you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1, then 0 on your touch-tone phone at this time. Again, please press 1, then 0 if you'd like to make a comment. And once again, we are showing no lines queue up at this time.
Ready, thank you. All right, we have a motion to adopt a consent calendar given by Chair Vasquez, second by Member Gaines. I'll call the roll. Chair Vasquez,
Aye?
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous, all those present.
Okay. Now, we'll have a special presentation to celebrate the retirement of Miss Anita Hurtado, who is in the audience today. First, I will read the retirement resolution, then the board will present it to her for a photo. There you go. Please come forward.
Welcome, come forward.
All righty. Let me read the resolution honoring Anita Hurtado. Whereas Anita Hurtado, Office Technician General in the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office, will retire on July 1st, 2023, after 7 years of outstanding and meritorious service to the state of California and the California State Board of Equalization. And whereas Anita began her career with the state of California with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation on May 2nd, 2016, as an office technician, and whereas she began working for the California Board of Equalization on November 30th, 2018, as an office technician general in the executive office, and whereas in recognition of her diligent work, demonstrated ability, and proven professionalism, she moved to the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to the position of Office Technician General. And whereas throughout her many years of service, Anita has served the people of the state with fairness and dedication. Therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the board, do hereby extend to Anita Hurtado our sincere and grateful appreciation for her dedicated service to the California State Board of Equalization and to the state of California. Our congratulations on her well-earned retirement and our best wishes to her and her family for continued success, happiness, and good health in the years to come. Adopted at Sacramento, California on today, the 27th day of June, 2023.
Thank you. And I see Lisa up in the front here, Ms. Thompson. I'm assuming you want to give some remarks?
Yes, I would, thank you. So I just wanted to say that it's been a pleasure working with Anita, and she's made a positive contribution to our office, serving taxpayers in California well. It's a well-deserved retirement, and I wish her well in that, and I know she'll have a great time with friends and family as she embarks on this new journey. And please keep in touch, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I know your office has done such a great job with the taxpayers, and I'm assuming, Anita, you had a big role in this in support and given your experience on this. I want to thank you for your, sometimes, you know, we're sitting here in front of these folks and we look at a lot of you that have put in many hours and years into your service, and for whatever reason, sometimes it just goes unnoticed until usually people retire. Then we're coming up and we recognize you, and I just want to thank you for your service and your time, and I know the time it must have taken also for your family as well.
Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement, and hopefully we may see you back as a volunteer. Who knows?
never know. Stranger
No,
things
no, and
happen.
Lisa Thompson, she's going to drag you back, I'm sure.
We'll see.
But if you, and Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Anita, for your years of service to the state of California. It was also, was it Department of Corrections? Yeah, so you served there and then here at the BOE, and how critical it is to make sure that we are responding to constituents' needs. And I really value this position of taxpayer rights advocate that Lisa Thompson is fulfilling. And so we thank you for your support, and I just hope you have a great retirement and appreciate the years of service.
Thank you.
Member Schaefer.
I get a little envious whenever I greet somebody on retirement. I'm 85 and I haven't run into that yet. And, you know, it'll come someday, and enjoy it now that you can.
Oh, also, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. Anita, I also want to wish you well in your retirement. I believe as public servants, we understand how much of a noble calling this is to help people when you get up every single day and are changing lives, you know. So I hope that in this moment and in your retirement that you're able to take some time to relax and vacation and travel and really, really get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. So I'm wishing you the best. Thank you.
Those are my plans.
Yeah, Vice Chair Lever, go ahead.
I just wanted to offer my congratulations as well to you for getting to this finish line and now being able to take on other goals that you have. So congrats.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll give you an opportunity if you want to make any comments. It's up to you.
Sure.
Oh, and I see, maybe it looks like our executive director wants to jump in front of you first.
I'm not used to sitting over here.
Okay.
Congratulations.
We got to raise that chair for you.
We don't want to do that. Congratulations, Anita.
Oh my God, thank you.
You've been great. Did you guys notice she started in 2018? She is one of our individuals during our rebuild period.
Oh,
Thank you for coming at that time. You have made a major difference for the BOE in support of taxpayer rights advocates. Congratulations. And on a personal note, I'm going to miss those lemon bars.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
so I think we're going to take a little short
Short little
recess, get a
recess.
photo, then
Yeah.
we'll reconvene.
Yep.
So we'll just take a few minutes here.
Yep. member matters and initiatives, proposal to establish a property tax exemption board work group on the disabled veterans, and homeowners exemption. This is item number 6. In view of current issues regarding the veterans exemption, the disabled veterans exemption, and the homeowners exemption, the board's responsibility for the regulation and oversight of these exemptions, this proposal is to establish a board work group to convene in collaboration with the county assessors and other stakeholders starting on July 25th, 26th, 2023. Ms. Stowers has come forward, and this item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, we have recently reported the fact that the use of veterans exemption has become effectively obsolete, and that there are other challenges regarding eligibility, documentation, surviving spouses, et cetera. Regarding 3 exemptions, the veterans, the disabled veterans, and the homeowners, legislators last year and this year have proposed numerous bills and ballot initiatives to address some of these problems. I am proposing that the board to establish a work group to fully examine all issues and develop recommended solutions based on input from the Department of Veterans Affairs, veterans and disabled veterans organizations, legislators, taxpayer organizations, assessors, and the public. I'm also proposing an outline for the veterans, disabled veterans, and homeowners exemptions work group to follow in their upcoming meetings that has 8 items listed in the June 16 memo to you. It's just a start, and any board member is free to add more items. In terms of scheduling, I'm proposing that the board convene the work group over the next 2 to 3 months time period, with the first session at the July 25th, 26th meeting to review the requirements and to receive fact-finding input from state and local agencies like Veterans Affairs and veterans and disabled veterans organizations, taxpayer organizations, and other stakeholders. The second work group would be in August of 30th of 23 meeting to receive input from the Focus and county assessors and the Department of Exemption procedures and possible options for solutions. Then on the October 24th, 25th meeting, the work group will present report to the board and all participants summarizing the findings and providing a set of timely recommendations for consideration by the board, the legislatures, the assessors, and other agencies, organizations, and stakeholders. Finally, I am proposing that Member Lieber would serve as work group co-chair to help with the task involved. But I am also asking every member to fully engage and reach out to the county assessors and stakeholders in your districts. And based on the good work that the Controller Cohen did on the veterans exemption last year, I am hoping that she will have her deputy also assist us along the way. With that, let me just turn it to the members and see if there's any discussion from the members. And then looks like our executive director also wants to weigh in as well. Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank you for bringing this forward. It's very important. It's an issue that we ought to be addressing and see if we can provide additional relief to veterans. I don't want to steal Mr. Schaefer's thunder, but we are talking about coordinating an agenda, setting up an agenda for a community meeting in Member Schaefer's district, and wanted to talk about some of the housing-related issues. And you want to speak to it?
Well,
also, Mr. Schaefer?
The LA
Member
Times did a beautiful article, or a horrible article, considering the news that they have 4,000 veterans that are homeless in Los Angeles, and some of them bounce around for about a year before they can find a place to rent because the forms to fill out, the deposits to put out are intolerable. We are a military town down in San Diego, where I'm from, and we have the similar problem. And Ted and I are going to be having a listening post where we can see what we can do from a public policy point of view with our city government, our county government, our state government, and our federal government to ease some of the veterans' problems as to housing. And then I applaud Chair Vasquez for what he's doing to help us with tax exemptions. I don't think we can do enough for the veterans, and ever since I've been a little boy, I've been writing in parades and saluting the veterans and laying wreaths at cemeteries and letting the veterans know that we love them, we appreciate them, but now it comes time to touch their pocketbook and their housing, and we've got to stand up and be counted. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just,
Oh, yes, go
just
ahead,
add
Mario.
on to that, because what we want to do is just complement and work with what you're proposing. We thought we could bring the issue up because there's so much military in
Yes.
Member Schaefer's district that we can, kind of be a listening post and take some testimony and listen to what some of those issues are, and we'll report back to the board.
I appreciate it. And then with my Vice Chair Lieber on this issue, covering the Bay Area, we can really turn this into a statewide measure. So it's definitely, we need all ears, and especially within our communities and our districts, because there's such, like you mentioned, down in the South, being a very, with Camp Pendleton and some of the issues that they have down in that area. Of course, in LA County is real big, and then up in the Bay Area. At the end of the day, hopefully we can come up with some good solutions and possibly some legislation that we could present to some of the members and see if those that haven't considered it to carry it. And I know we've had a lot of good support from at least one of the senators who's a vet in my area, Bob Archuleta. He's come before us, and he's always looking to come up with some creative ways to give them as much of a break, for their service. We've often, after they've served our country, we end up, many cities and counties, we forget about them. And, we forget about their needs, especially their health needs. So I really appreciate all your work, and I know our Deputy Controller will be participating through our Controller, Member Cohen, who helped start this last year. And I think he has some comments as well, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I also just want to applaud you and your office for bringing this forward. California is home to over 1 million veterans, the most in the nation, all who deserve to be respected and protected. According to the BOE website, there are approximately 26 wars and 4 campaigns where a veteran would qualify for the veterans exemption dating back to well over 100 years. A work group like this is so important because throughout our history, the brave men and women of the United States military have laid down their lives to deliver to us as a nation. They fought for our independence, defended our democracy, and sacrificed for our freedom. Our service members have always had faith in our country and faith in us that we will be worthy of their sacrifice and reach the potential for all that we can be. And just as they have kept the ultimate faith to our country, to our democracy, we must keep the ultimate faith to them. To be there to support their families, the caregivers, the survivors of these heroes is a sacred obligation that extends beyond party lines, and it's a commitment to all veterans who call the Golden State home. So we must keep our promise to our veterans. So as we commence this work, we are reminded of a future where our heroes fought for a future grounded in freedom, democracy, equality, tolerance, opportunity, and justice, and to reflect our sacred and enduring vow to care for their families. So, Chairman, I'm very happy to support this on behalf of the Controller to ensure that these sacrifices were not in vain. And I'm looking forward to the work ahead and partnering with all these board members. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Let me turn it to my Vice Chair, because I know I put her as the co-chair, and we should hear some words from her as well.
Well, I very much appreciate this item coming forward, and am looking forward to the work involved. And I think that what I see in the report about it is very encouraging, because looking at it from a taxpayer perspective and seeing how easily or how much difficulty there is in applying the timelines that are involved are really critical. And so I'm very much looking forward to this process and to the product of it, which we could potentially put in legislation that would be sponsored by the BOE or similar. So thank you.
Thank you. And let me turn it to our Executive Director. I know who wants to weigh in as well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We look forward to seeing the board's effort in this very important work group. I will work with agency staff to make sure they will be available to provide legal and technical assistance at the meeting if requested. As prescribed by the board's work group charter and governance policy, the meetings will be held adjacent to the already scheduled board meetings to efficiently and effectively utilize agency resources. That's all I have to say.
Appreciate it. With that, I guess officially we need a motion to move this forward. And it looks like my vice chair is going to step up and move the item. And I will go ahead and second that. Ms. Chiketi, I guess we need to just check with, well, first of all, if there's anybody in the audience or AT&T as well.
There's no one in the audience who wanted to make a comment, so let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
And once again, if you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1 followed by the 0 on your touch-tone phone at this time. Once again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1 followed by the 0 at this time. And we're showing no one in queue at this time.
Thank you. All righty, so we have a motion to establish the property tax exemption board work group on the veterans, disabled veterans, and homeowners exemption. It was moved by Vice Chair Lieber and seconded by Chair Vasquez. I'll take the roll. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you all, and looking forward to bringing this back to you in July, or at least the beginnings of it. With that, Ms. Chiketi, if we would get on to our next item.
Next item. The next item on the agenda is item 7. Board member matters and initiatives, proposal to reconvene the Workforce Planning Board Work Group with the California Assessors Association starting in July or August of 2023. Establishing a schedule to reconvene the Workforce Planning Board Work Group with the California Assessors Association and the county assessors from large, medium, and small counties to continue efforts to develop educational opportunities, recruitment, and training solutions for county assessors' offices and the BOE in building a pipeline of skilled talent needed now and in the future years. The Executive Director, Ms. Stowers, is forward, and this item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, Member Gaines and I are proposing that we reconvene the Property Tax Work Group, Workforce Planning Work Group, starting at the July 25th, 26th meeting. As you have heard from the El Dorado County Assessor and the Los Angeles County Assessor and others, that there are many challenges in recruiting, training, retaining, and properly compensating a statewide appraisal workforce. A list of agenda items for work group is included in the recent memo as a starting point. This is an invitation to all the assessors from large, mid-sized, and small counties and community college leaders and other stakeholders to join and provide information and recommendations of all types. We'll issue a detailed work group agenda on July 14th. We're asking all board members to invite their assessors, community college leaders, and others in their respective districts to engage and testify as they are able to do so. And I was just at a little breakfast this morning prior to this meeting, and I understand they're in the process of hiring or appointing the next state chancellor. So hopefully, and in talking to at least some of their staff there, they are definitely interested in hopefully getting the new leadership also involved with us on this issue as well. So looking forward to this, but let me open it up. Let me open it up to Member Gaines, and then we'll turn it up to the rest of the board members. Go ahead, Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Vasquez. If we reflect on how we operate as the Board of Equalization and the challenges that we've had in hiring skilled people for this agency, and we're, a much bigger agency than just about any county in the state when it comes to having people that are familiar with property evaluation. It's taken us about 4 years, most of our first term, to get where we are. I want to recognize Lisa Renati for the great job she's done in making sure that those positions are filled. But we are experiencing they call it, is it a blue tsunami or a gray tsunami? But there's a lot of baby boomers that are retiring. And we are promoting within, which is I think what we should be doing. But we're also having to bring people from the outside and bring them in and get them trained. So imagine what it would be like for Alpine County or Sierra County that has a couple thousand people in the whole county. They're going to struggle, and we need to make sure that we provide the educational opportunities for folks that we already have. We want to keep educated the folks that we have statewide, but at the same time, we need to focus more on recruitment and the ability to reach out through our community college and college system to bring people in. And so I'm excited about the opportunity. I think it's something that we've worked on, but we need to continue to elevate and lift up within the BOE. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to show that leadership. So thank you.
Thank you. Members, let me open. Vice, our Deputy Chair. Cameron, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Sounds like it's going to be a busy summer.
Yes.
So the controller believes that home ownership is a fundamental aspect of the California dream and one of the most powerful contributors to building generational wealth for families and creating housing stability here in the Golden State. Millions of Californians rely on the equity of their homes to comfortably retire, put their children through college, and create financial prosperity for their families that can last generations. Unfortunately, for far too long, bias in home valuations, segregation, restrictive covenants, and redlining have limited the abilities of communities of color from taking full advantage of the benefits associated with home ownership, which has contributed to an already sprawling racial wealth gap. One example is in 1913, the California passed the Alien Land Law, which barred Asian Americans and their children from owning land. Fast forward today, a legacy of inequities insists, in part because of the home appraisal system. Home appraisals are meant to be fair and objective estimates for the market value of one's home. However, in reality, this is often not the case for black and brown families who are twice as likely to have their homes undervalued than other homeowners, generate unjust and discriminatory outcomes. And because of their homes are undervalued, families of color often pay more for their mortgage, are less likely to get access to lines of credit, and receive less when they sell. So where do we go from here? A work group like this, and I applaud the chairman and his office for bringing this forward, and also Senator Gaines. Last year, the controller supported Assembly Bill 948 by Assemblymember Chris Holden, the Fair Appraisal Act, which is a law that requires anti-bias training for appraisers. And when it comes to the appraisal workforce, only 5% of the home appraisals are people of color. So it is vital to build and expand training pipelines for underrepresented groups to ensure that the people who conduct home appraisals are reflective of the communities they serve. Also, to find meaningful solutions to the experience, education, and examination requirements for appraisers so that those who choose to become professionals in this field are given an impartial chance to live out their career choice. So taken together, these are important steps towards a more just and equitable home valuation system. The controller believes that every Californian should be able to live out their dreams of owning a home, and our administration will work to advance equity and root out racial and ethnic bias so that all Californians are treated just and honorably in the home appraisal process. So once again, Chairman, I want to applaud you. Senator Gaines, really looking forward to getting this underway. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, and you're right. This is going to be a busy summer. Unlike the legislators, we don't take a summer break. Yes, Vice Chair Lever, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that this is a very important item, and I'm looking forward to the product of it. And I think we, in my district, most of my district, we have kind of an opposite issue to Mr. Gaines' district, in that it's critically important that educational opportunities be flexible, because with the rents that potential workers are paying in our district, they really need to continue to work while they get additional training. And it's equally difficult to hire in the majority of my district, and for opposite reasons. But I think that this is a very needed process, and I'm looking forward to the product of it.
Thank you. Were you looking to weigh in too, or you're good?
Yes, I'm talkative today.
Go ahead, our Executive Director.
Thank
Go ahead.
you, Chairman Vasquez, for this opportunity to speak. I just wanted to note, in your earlier memo, you requested that I be available to report out at your July work group to discuss the BOE's efforts on the 4 items and that comprehensive outline. I'm just confirming that I will be available and I will have a detailed presentation at the July meeting. I also wanted to note that I do support the work group's agenda items to receive input at the meeting regarding the original goals and priorities that was adopted in 2020. I think this is very important to take a look at those goals and priorities since a lot have changed since then. Back then, when we had the work group, we were looking at split roll and Prop 19. And that split roll was really going to put a drain on our workforce. But as you know, split roll failed, but Prop 19 did pass. So I do believe that taking a new look at your goals and priorities, and also we have new assessors on board, so they may have a different perspective. We have a new member on board. We have different priorities, high cost of living. I say it a third time, high cost of living. So this should be very interesting to get this fresh input. What else here? And that's what I wanted to say, that I just look forward to this work group. And again, staff will be available to provide legal and technical assistance if requested.
Appreciate it. Looking forward to it. Seeing no other comments or questions, I guess we officially need to make a motion to move this forward. And I see Member Gaines stepping up. Go ahead. Yes, it's been moved by Member Gaines and second by Member Schaefer.
So
We don't have any written comments on this.
We've not received
Well,
any
let's
written
check with
comments on
AT&T.
this item, and no one is in the audience who'd like to make a public comment. Let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you. And once again, if you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item on the phone, please press 1 followed by the 0 at this time. Again, if you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we're not showing any lines queuing up at this time.
All righty, thank you. So I have a motion to reconvene the Property Tax Workforce Planning Board Work Group. The motion was issued by Mr. Gaines and seconded by Mr. Schaefer. I'm going to take roll. Chair Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you all. With that, Ms. Chickeni, you move on to our next item.
Our next item on the agenda is item number 8, Board Member Matters and Initiative, Specialized Unit within the State Board of Equalization's Legal Department to support and address the needs of small and mid-sized county assessor offices. Board's discussion and possible action related to directing the Executive Director to provide the Board recommendations about establishing a specialized unit within the legal department to ensure legal matters elevated by small and mid-sized county assessor offices are handled expeditiously. Ms. Stowers is present here, and this item is being presented by Ms. Cohen.
Is Ms. Cohen on the line, or are you going to handle that?
I'll be presenting on her behalf today.
Okay.
Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm really excited today on behalf of Controller Cohen to present to you a proposal for the creation of a specialized unit within the Board of Equalization's legal office to support and address the needs of small and mid-sized counties. There was a memorandum distributed this morning to all you board members, and essentially it's an outline that because of the complexities inherent in our property tax system, compared to more well-funded and well-resourced larger county assessors from our small and mid-sized counties are often left without adequate resources to expand professional staffing, retain legal counsel, and alleviate retention challenges. This disparity often creates a dilemma where a county assessor will be compelled to make a decision based on independent judgment rather than sound legal advice and guidance. This is where the controller believes there's an opportunity for the Board of Equalization to fill this void. The controller recommends that there be consideration given to the creation of a specialized legal unit within the BOE legal department to specifically address the needs of our small and mid-sized county assessors' offices. Such strategic initiatives will contribute to the agency's constitutional responsibilities, and also members serve to bolster our longstanding decorated relationship between our storage agency here at the Board of Equalization and our local county assessor offices. This premise is based on the longstanding reputation that the BOE's legal team has been regarded as one of the most premier, experienced, and competent property tax lawyers the Golden State has to offer, and really throughout the nation. So with the legal team's institutional knowledge, it serves an incredible wealth of information and is often sought after by our local county assessors, taxpayers, advocates, the legislature, university, and businesses alike. And because of the workload demands that are upon our legal team, who are working at maximum capacity, often with limited relief in sight, dealing with the implementation of Proposition 19, state assessed property, the appeals that go along with that, and also serving the legal needs of the agency every single day, and administering the multi-billion-dollar property tax system. There is a idea that we need to expand our legal department and help where we can. So as a result, the legal department's ability to properly and timely provide legal advice to our partners at the county level is simply not sustainable. So today, the proposal is that we as a board direct the executive director to review this matter and provide the board with a report and analysis on the value, feasibility, cost of creating a specialized legal unit within the Board of Equalization's legal department to specifically address the needs and challenges that small and mid-sized county assessors face. Is a request that this report be back to the board in August of 2023. And I want to turn to our executive director too. I know you've been helping in this endeavor, so if you have any comments, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start, then I'll turn it back to, excuse me. Let me go ahead. First of all, thank you for that proposal, and thank the controller. I think it's critical to our oversight responsibility is that we provide detailed and timely guidance to assessors, the offices. We listed in the government policy at least 8 constitutional and statutory duties that we owe to the assessors. Everything from exemptions to change in ownership to tax rates to the AAB hearings to LTAs and litigation. I support this in concept, but I would like to defer to our executive director to give her input and see where she sees this all coming together. So let me turn to our executive director, and then we'll open it up to the members as well.
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. First, I'd like to thank Controller Yee for bringing this to our attention. We're
Cohen,
always looking.
remember Cohen,
Oh.
Controller Cohen.
I'm sorry.
I know you used to work
I'm
for a
so
controller.
sorry. I'd like to thank, don't record that. I would like to thank Controller Cohen for bringing this to our attention. We are always looking for feedback on the services that we provide. And although myself and my team are always in contact with the assessors, until Controller's Office brought this to our attention, this was the first time that we heard of it. I want to give you some background information, but before I go into that background, I want to be clear that I do support the initiative and the concept of it, and we will have to do some work to see if it's feasible. So starting with background, just kind of set the stage on our normal course of business. We do provide technical and legal assistance to all county assessors and their staff. This is our responsibility of promoting fair and accurate property assessments throughout the state. This technical assistance is provided through our Property Tax Department Assessment Service Unit and our Legal Department. Within the County Assessed Property Division of the Property Tax Department, there's Assessment Service Unit. This unit of experienced property tax appraisers respond to inquiries from the assessors, legislative office, taxpayers, and stakeholders as part of their regular work. To date, in the current fiscal year, the Assessment Service Unit has responded to over 10,300 requests for technical advice received from government entities, the vast majority of which are from the assessor's offices. They have also received and responded to 4,000 written inquiries and 6,000 inquiries made by phone. want to be clear that, we have two arms of supporting our mission. Then we have our legal department. The legal department, our attorneys, they do provide a great deal of services to everyone, to the board, rulemaking, appeals, and legal opinions to the assessor's offices. Over the past 12 months, the legal department received 20 legal opinions requests from the county assessor's offices. Requests from the county assessors are priority workload for us. The assigned attorney starts the project immediately upon the county assessor contacting the legal department, or within 48 hours if the contact was over the weekend or a holiday. However, due to the complexity of the legal opinions, the need to get additional information from the assessors, research and review of past advice, the time to complete such assignments can vary greatly. Generally, most assessors' inquiries are completed within 90 days, and that includes the time to document the factual background, complete the research and legal analysis, and come to the conclusion. Our current inventory of requested legal opinions from county assessors is 7. The requests are in various stages of completion, and they are 30 to 60 days old. For the other 13 legal opinions that we received in the past 12 months, it took 60 to 90 days to complete. Members, as you can see, the BOE is currently providing extensive and timely technical and legal assistance to the 58 county assessors, whether they're large, medium, or small, as part of our regular daily workload. And I must admit, as I was preparing for this meeting, I received a couple of emails from county assessors. Just when they do it often, they blind CC and just compliment the great work the staff is doing and thanking us for our timely and efficient services. And I'm so grateful that the assessors provide me with that feedback. But that being said, there's always room for improvement. And we recognize that. As a matter of fact, me and my team have already been looking at ways to make improvements to our services, whether it was in the property tax department or the legal tax department. So I am willing to incorporate the idea of having a special unit for the county assessors and the legal department, along with our current evaluation on how to improve our services. I also would like to continue to reach out to the county assessors and the assessors directly and see and get more feedback from them on where they see gaps, if any. Again, support and concept, and again, thank Controller Cohen for bringing this topic to our attention.
Thank you. Any other comments from any of the other members?
Yes. I would if I could. Just-
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Now, so yeah, I want to express support for this, and I think we're doing a good job, but I like the prioritization for small and middle-sized counties, and I'm biased because I represent 34 counties, and they're all middle-sized and small. But, again, as we were talking about staffing and the struggles to staff in small counties, the same sort of issues arise when it comes to legal advice. If I understand what you had said correctly, did you say that there were 7 of the 20 legal questions?
7 are still outstanding, but we're working on
Okay,
them.
okay.
But they're extremely complex. They wouldn't ask for a legal opinion.
Yes.
If there was that. So, but we are, and the way the team works, and I'm really proud of this, it's a shared workload. We're not relying on just one.
Yes.
We share that workload, and it's really important to share it because what did we learn when we had all those retirements in 2018, 2019? All that wealth and knowledge walked out the door.
Yeah.
And so by sharing the workload, we're constantly training.
That's good.
And it's a good way to grow.
Yeah, we've had to rebuild the legal department. I mean, it was, we had a few folks that helped us at the beginning, and we appreciate that. But I think we've pretty much gotten up to speed, haven't we, in terms of staffing?
We're there. There's always room for improvement. I'm not gonna say that it's 100%, but it's pretty good. I'm proud of them. I'm very proud of them. And I'm proud of the collaboration that they do.
Okay, thank you.
And
Executive
how they
Director.
reach out to each other, how they cross-review each other's work, and how they're in constant communication with the assessors.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll be awaiting a review on your part, and I think then it comes back to the board, doesn't it?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber, and then we'll go to Member Schaefer.
Thank you. Well, excuse me, in reviewing this item, been really struck by the experience that I've had in meeting with my assessors, and a large part of my district is also rural, and counties that are really not staffed up to deal with complex matters. And all of them have been able to name specific BOE staff that they love working with. So I think right now there's a good level of interconnectivity, and the assessors that I've met with feel like they're very well served, and we're able to name specific staff members who had gone above and beyond to do specific things for them. I am a little bit concerned about the scope of our decision-making and how it interacts with AB 102 and our ability to direct particular staffing in particular areas. And I think part of that is what's, owned by the legislature to determine when there should be additional staffing and new functions created. So that's kind of the thoughts that I have right now. I very much appreciate the memo that we were given this morning, and I'd like to have some time to absorb that and really understand the impact of this. Would this type of a proposal supplant staffing that the county would otherwise engage in? And how mechanically would this work, since we're actually clearing the cases that we have right now? It sounds like there's a large volume of cases coming in the door, and they're all being cleared. So I'd like to have some more time to digest what has been proposed and how it interacts with our portfolio of actions that we can take.
Thank you. Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Thank you. I have some both procedural and substantive issues. First of all, on my docket, I noticed that item 8 is all in black and items 6, 7, and 9 are in blue. Can you tell me the significance of that? Does it have anything to do with the state controller's ability to vote on it? I don't think so, because we use CF to tell us that. Why are some of the headlines, in fact, all of them in blue, but this one is in black?
If anything's in blue, that means it's linked to the internet. If you see blue font, if you click on that, you would get to the source document. There's a link there. Blue indicates a link
It's a link.
to the
I
website.
see.
There's a memorandum.
And then
There's
the
a
black,
memorandum.
there is no link.
That means that the memorandum was not available at the time that
Yeah.
the,
And then I have one other question. The Schaefer memorandum, which is the next item, is 2 pages, all done on 1 page. And Ms. Cohen's memorandum here is 3 pages, could all be done on 1 page if you just use front and back.
I think that's, first of all, I think we're not talking about your item yet.
Yeah,
But I
because-
think Controller Cohen's memo is up to the author of the memo on whether they want something to be 2 pages or 4 pages. They have that ability.
Well, Vice Chair Lieber has accused me of being frugal, and maybe I am. I would like to see us use front and back whenever possible, whatever comes into us, and we should be trained to look on the front page and the back page of whatever page we're turning. Just think how much we could save over time.
Yeah, okay, duty noted.
All right, thank you. And I applaud Ms. Cohen for bringing us so many well-thought-out ideas and makes our service to the public of better quality. But on something here about dealing with the legal department, I would expect our chief counsel to maybe be the leading oar in such an idea like this, because he knows better than we do what's legal and what isn't legal. And this may be more administrative than legal, and if it's more administrative than legal, and so we don't have a lawsuit involved, we're just trying to do a better job of administering, we might be able to do it with less costly people, because I know whenever you get legal people, they're the most costly people on the payroll, and I want to be sure that we're not,
Billable hours.
overstaffing. We have a lot of great people that are not legal, and I'm a little intimidated by this being strictly a legal department function. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Member Schaefer.
Well, thank you. And listening to the comments, Member Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, and well noted, Member Schaefer. I'll continue to work with the control on the layout of these memos. Essentially, I believe that the board is in a leadership position to help small and mid-sized county assessors. Oftentimes, these offices and these counties, they believe they're in the shadows. They're in the shadows, and they're not as well resourced as the larger counties, the more wealthier counties. So I do believe this is an opportunity for the board to show that leadership. And in this memo, it's a recommendation for a report back on the feasibility, the cost, and everything, so forth. So with that, I think it's a great opportunity here, and I'm looking forward to working with the executive director on and hearing that report in August to see what the best steps are moving forward. So thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Go ahead.
May I comment? I do recognize that you guys just got the memo today, and you probably haven't had an opportunity to really get a good understanding of what Controller Cohen is trying to accomplish. May I suggest that instead of taking a vote today, we table it, provide your office an opportunity to review, and we put it back on the agenda for July?
I'm comfortable with that. It sounds like from hearing from my members that that's probably the best move at this point. And I kind of feel that the Deputy Controller was kind of hitting that way. I know he wanted to move this as quick as possible, and I guess maybe rest assured that we'll definitely take it up. And it looks like there's obviously interest from all of us, including the executive director. I think they're just trying to figure out how it all fits into our duties and responsibilities.
I completely understand, Chairman. I would urge a vote today because it is something of a pressing need. Time is of the essence here. And essentially, it's a report back. I'm not asking for to hire their attorneys tomorrow or the day after, but have the executive director in 60 days come report back on what the cost of this would be, the feasibility, the value of it, the value add. And at that point in August, we can all decide as a board the best path forward. So I do would urge a vote today on behalf of the control. I think she would like to see this proposal accepted today if the board members have the appetite for it. Thank you.
Vice Chair Liebert.
Well, I think that if we bring it back in July and we're able to get a better sense of it and part of an answer, and in particular, for me, the jurisdictional questions are really essential, then that's actually quicker than August. And I think if I don't have the jurisdictional questions answered, then I'm not really comfortable with going there. As laudable as it is, I think, and then I don't really understand, well, where exactly do we need the staffing if the legal answers are being processed expeditiously? Would we rather need a person that would be a connector that would go out to all of the small and medium counties and talk to them about their needs, or would we put the money into more staffing in terms of the veterans groups understanding what they can access and et cetera. So I just, I can't really give an answer today if I'm in favor of a specialized unit. But I would like to have some of the questions answered.
Thank you. Member Gaines, and then I think Deputy Controller wanted to weigh in as well. Go ahead.
I think Vice Chair Lieber raises a good question. We want to make sure that we're living within the spirit of AB 102. So I would like that clarified. My view on it was that we were asking for the executive director to report back to us, and then we could make a decision. But I think at the same time, we've got to be careful, because we hire you as an executive director, okay? And so your job is to run the agency. Now, if we're unhappy with that, then we can make a decision as to whether that's the right executive director or not. So I think I would be in support of waiting another month on this, and let's get all the questions answered, and then we could bring it up in our next agenda. It doesn't have to be more than a month. And at the same time, I want to support what Controller Cohen's coming forward with, but I'd rather not have questions and see if we could do something that would be unanimous than potentially a split vote here.
Understood, Senator. I appreciate you bringing those comments forward. Executive Director, if we bring this back in July, are you still comfortable with that August report back? That it will be shortened to 30 days rather than giving you a full 60?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like we have a consensus here. Why don't we just do that? Thank you, and thank you to our Controller for bringing this forward. And with that, Ms. Cicchetti?
Chair Vasquez, we do have someone on the line
Oh,
who
we do?
wanted to make a comment on this
Sure.
item. I believe it's Christine Lee. She's the president of CAA.
Sure.
And since we're not taking a vote, we wouldn't go out, but she is here. So, Ms. Lee?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Christine Lee, I am the president of the California Assessors Association, but here today I am speaking on behalf of Kings County as the assessor. This item recently came to my attention, so I have not taken it to the Assessors Association and received their opinions on it. But I did want to add just a couple of comments that, in general, well, my office is a small to medium-sized county, and we have 153,000 population and about 50,000 parcels. And so, of course, my staff does answer all the general questions, and we try to vet as much as we can. When something comes up that's technical or requires a legal interpretation, we do seek counsel from our internal lawyers that are, with the county counsel's office. But the problem is, especially in the small counties, those attorneys are all spread so thin over all the different departments, and so they don't have any expertise in property assessment or property taxation. So getting answers from them, well, it just is what it is. They don't have that expertise, and this isn't something they deal with routinely. It's not often that we have the questions, but they do arise. And so we do tend to rely on the State Board of Equalization's legal team's expertise when it is something that's complicated or, requires more than just basic law interpretation. So I realize it's difficult with the Board of Equalization's legal team also when they are spread thin and have a lot of us asking questions. But I would ensure that it's just the most critical questions that would be sent their way. And, this is serving our constituents in the best possible manner by making sure that we are having consistent treatment of technical issues throughout the state rather than, relying on our own interpretations, our inexperienced county council's interpretation maybe of certain areas that are more commonly heard at the Board of Equalization level. And so I appreciate Controller Cohen's willingness to put forth the recommendation to look into the feasibility of this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Was there anybody else on the line that we have? I believe, you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Member Gaines, I think, has a question or comment.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Kristen. I'm wondering, by the time we have our next meeting, would this be reviewed by the California Assessors Association? Would we have more information from the body?
The next scheduled meeting is actually in August of the California Assessors Association, but I could send out an email to the members and see what feedback we get that way.
Okay. That would be helpful, at least for me, I think for the whole board, in terms of getting a temperature from them. So thank you, Assessor Lee. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. There wasn't anybody else on the line, was there?
I could go out to the AT&T moderator if
Sure.
you'd like. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Thank you. If you'd like to make a public comment regarding this item, please press 1 followed by the 0 at this time. Again, if you'd like to make a comment at this time, please press 1 followed by the 0. And at this time, we are showing no lines in queue.
Alrighty, thank you. I'm just going to note for the record that there's a consensus of the board to postpone this item until the July agenda.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll move to the next item.
Yes.
The next item is item number 9, board member matters and initiatives, limitations on board meeting agenda submissions, governance policy, interpretation, and possible changes. Perspectives on and possible changes of the board meeting agenda submission process concerning items 9 and 10 at the May 23rd, 2023 meeting, and the governance policy, mission statement, and board meeting reference manual process. This item is being presented by Mr. Schaefer, and our Executive Director, Ms. Dowers, is forward.
Member Schaefer, you're on.
Yeah, thank you. In the 5 years that I've been sitting on this board, the input of our members has always been of great interest to me. There's been no limitations on it, and we've had quite a variety of topics. Most of them are, our topics are related directly to the work of our mission, and that's appropriate. I do find that sometimes we expand our vision beyond our mission, and I am appalled to see that some of the items which I'm used to being 10 or 15-minute items on the rest of the agenda, when we get to member items, they can run to an hour or more. And in our meeting last month, we had an item or two that ran for an hour or more. I think we have to sit back and take a look at just what we're going to allow to be put into the members section. I think it'd be very healthy if we'd have an object of trying to look for, say, a 20-minute limitation on whatever we're going to be presenting, but not exceed 20 minutes regardless of how many people are involved in it. That means instead of 10 speakers, we might try to have 1 or 2, if any. I'd also like to respect each member's right to maybe veto getting into a topic if that member, him or her, has a strong view that maybe this is the topic we should not be getting into. I think we should respect each other's view on that and give us the veto power on it is one of my proposals. And I would like you to just look at our mission, which is to serve Californians through fair, effective, and efficient tax administration and support of state and local governments. I think if we view all of our presentations through a filter like that, we will have maybe fewer items and maybe more meaningful items. And with all of us having an agenda that, because we're elected officials, that is really much larger than the Board of Equalization, we are tempted to want to discuss whatever's on our mind with our members. I would suggest maybe the place to discuss some of these broader issues is a letter to the editor or op-ed article in a local paper. And when I mention that, I'd like to insist that whenever any member has a letter to the editor relating to our work or an op-ed, we don't want to miss it. And I would ask that that member send a copy to our executive director, who would share it with each one of us so we know what's being said. I had a letter published a couple weeks ago in the Los Angeles Times, and I sent a letter to each of my colleagues that wasn't really related to our work, but it might be interesting. It dealt strictly with the issue of age of some of our elected officials and how they can be as effective older than younger. And, you know, that's a big issue nationally with the President of the United States and in California with myself. But I wouldn't want to miss any pearls of wisdom that any of my colleagues would have in a public forum. And Ms. Starr should be aware of my concern there, and if she learns of anything that any of us are quoted in public, share it with us. I think it makes us stronger members and more educated members. And so while I applaud the member input, I'm glad that we have it. I don't want it to be abused, not that it has been abused in the past, but the possibility is there. And when we spend an hour or more talking on some subject, when really we would like to resolve anything within 15 minutes to a half hour, if we could, I think somebody has to speak up. And I have a reputation for being a cage rattler, and that's what I'm doing today. And forgive me, Father, for I have sinned, but I have not. I think I'm bringing forward something that is intelligent, and each of us should respect it, as I respect the great work each of you are doing. And when we see something that runs to a little excess, I think we have a right to do a shout out on it, because I think that makes us better and stronger. Since I've asked you to share your opinions with me, if you might want to continue this over till next month and invite any member to send me a little memo, or the first two members. I don't want to violate Mag the King because the three of us can't talk to each other. The first two of you that, or the first one of you that might send me something, I would file a little amendment to it so that we could all have the benefit of the conversation. I think it's important that we have dialogues whenever we can, and I just feel that nobody has ever spoken out before on the members section of our docket, and that's what I'm doing, and you should thank me for it. Thank you.
May I?
Sure. Go ahead, Executive Director.
I will be brief. As this issue or issues pertains to the board's governance policy that was adopted January 2021 and amended November 2nd, 2022, it's really up to the board to decide on this matter. However, Mr. Nanjo is available to answer any legal questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Member Gaines.
I want to thank Member Schaefer for bringing this forward, and I think maybe the right approach is to take a look at our governance policy and see if we need to make any adjustments. But I've always been of the understanding that issues that we bring forward to this board are falling within the realm of our duties as members of the BOE. And so I'd love to hear our legal counsel with respect to that. In terms of the time issue, I really don't have an issue with time on, certainly when it comes to testimony from the public and interested parties. I think that's valuable. As elected officials in other positions, we understand how long it can take to get through public testimony, sometimes hours late into the night. But I kind of, my view is I see that as part of our duty. And I would want to make sure that we are being comprehensive in these hearings. So if we have a hearing, I want to make sure that we're hearing from every party. And I know that I really feel like that's our responsibility, but sometimes maybe some of that testimony it might be boring, but we're called to do that as elected. So that's just my perspective. And if you, Member Schaefer, you think things are going too long on any particular issue, you've got the right and the ability to bring that up in future hearings. But I guess this is one situation where I'd rather see more than less when it comes to public input. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with that. Having sat on a city council in Santa Monica, we were lucky to finish our meetings by 2 a.m. So I welcome what we do here. So even if we go sometimes 7, 8 hours, to me, that's half a day. I'm used to long day. And at the end of the day, you're right. It could be very tedious and long. But as elected officials, I think that's our role and responsibility. We can't cut off the public. If people want to testify, they're more than welcome to testify. I would love to see this place packed with folks. I think one of the things that was positive about COVID is that when we did these hearings, a couple of those housing hearings, we had like 1,000 people on the line. And it was because they didn't have to fly up to Sacramento. And, there's something to be said about that. And I think we mentioned that even running kind of like a hybrid system makes sense moving forward. In regards to the items, I guess, that was listed on this particular item, 8 and 9, I know we ran this by legal, and if it was something that was out of the norm or out of our responsibility, it wouldn't have been agendized. And I know, talking to my vice chair, we checked that before, and with our exec director and our legal team. And I don't know if Mr. Nanjo wants to weigh in on this at this point, but
sure,
I'm comfortable the way we're moving. And if anything, maybe just, we could agendize the governance at our next meeting and give the opportunity for folks if they want to make some changes. I know I've heard from my vice chair that there might be some things she might want to recommend and tweak, and it may make sense. It is a living and a live document that, at any time we can make changes to it.
So Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, members of the board, thank you very much. Henry Nancho, Chief Counsel here. For number of issues are brought up, so I will try to address as many of them as I can remember. First item is, you are correct, Chairman Vasquez, the governance policy is a policy of the board members. It's your living document. You have put in place a process by which the governance policy is reviewed annually. Typically, we do that either at the November meeting or the December meeting to take effect in January, but nothing stops you from reviewing it at any time. So I would invite the members to review the governance policy, and if you think there are significant changes that should be done earlier, you can always ask for that to be agendized, and that can be taken care of in that manner. As far as the process for agenda items, as you may remember, the board also has discussed a process for putting agenda items on the docket, if you will, or the agenda. This was a board member requested item, and I can tell you as Chief Counsel, I do review it for legality. What I'm looking for in board member requested items is whether there's any illegality in the item. But generally speaking, I provide, or I try to exercise a great deal of latitude for the board members, because in your jobs as elected officials, you have many functions. Communications to the public, communications to the taxpayers, education, and it makes sense that in some cases you may want to get background in some additional or adjacent areas that may be related. You may be providing that information for your constituents through the board meeting and presentations. So generally speaking, unless there's something that's illegal, which I will definitely bring to the attention of anybody who's proposing an agenda item, I try to exercise latitude because I know there are all these other things going on as well for the board members. You know, a lot of the items that the board members do in board member requested items are to provide context to some of the decisions you're making, some of the issues that you may be facing, and generally providing background for the public, which I think is an important factor as well. So that's why I try to exercise as much latitude as possible. Of course, if there's anything illegal, I will definitely call the board members out, or advise you about that, I should say. Didn't mean it quite that way. So at this point, as to the items that occurred in May, they were in that category of background, contextual information, and what have you. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Andrew, it wouldn't have to rise to the level of illegality for you to advise the member or members. It could rise to the level of excess or impracticality, but not illegality. I wanted to know that, I want you to tell me that you'll go beyond illegality and advise the members whenever it'd be helpful.
Yeah. As the board members know, I tend to be very candid with you, so I will definitely let you know of any concerns I may have, whether it's, even if it does not rise to the level of illegality. So I am not shy about providing feedback, but ultimately, it's the decision of the board and the chairman as to which agenda items are put on the agenda. And once the agenda items are called, I think Member Gaines brought up an excellent point, which is you as board members are free to say, you know, I think we've gone too long on this, or what have you, and have a dialogue about the agenda item. That's fully within your rights as well. So I think
I
that's,
appreciate the quality of your input and the speediness of it. I write to you and I get something back within 24 to 48 hours, and that's amazing. Some other parts of government, you know, take a week or two, or some I'm still waiting for you. Thank you.
absolutely. My pleasure, Member Schaefer. I try to be very responsive to all the board members and also county assessors. I invite the county assessors, if they have an issue, to contact me directly, let me know about any legal opinions they need and what have you. And we try very hard to provide excellent service because that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. With that, I think my vice chair wants a few comments.
Yes, thank you. Well, I very much appreciate the member-initiated items that we've had recently, and I think they are very congruent with our constitutional duties and the sense of hearing the presentations about the veterans exemptions and home ownership affordability within our state. That's really part and parcel of what we do. Not to make an incredibly bad pun there. And I'm also mindful that the board member matters that are on policy have not required a lot of our professional staff's time. We tend to spend more professional staff time on the procedural kinds of questions. And I would like to see an item come back to us where we would have a gatekeeping function where at least two members of the board would need to request an item coming forward to us. That on other boards and city council, et cetera, that I've been on, you know, you have to have a vote and have the majority of members approve it. And I think that if we have two members requesting the item, then we will not get into a Bagley-Keene problem, which is of the highest importance to me. We have to always, in every single thing that we do, be absolutely, completely transparent. And so I would be very much in favor of seeing that kind of a gatekeeping mechanism come back to us. I do want to ensure that we keep the board member matters where they are on the agenda, so that there's the maximum amount of participation. and that we keep the reports towards the end of the agenda, but maybe there could be a small item at the end of every agenda where a board member could say, I'd really like to have a report on X, Y, or Z, and be able to see if, and there should be one other colleague that agrees that it's a matter that should end up on the agenda. And I think that'll help to make these the most effective meetings and the effective use of staff and work possible. So that's my contribution to this.
Thank you. So, well noted, and I'll sit with my vice chair, and we'll hopefully be able to address this at our next meeting, probably through the governance. It makes probably the most sense, unless my executive director thinks there's other vehicles.
Let me consult with Mr. Naja. I think as far as the two members agreeing to bring something forward might require amendment to your governance policy.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
That's
but
what I'm
as
thinking.
far as
We'll
having-
bring it back and see if there's a consensus.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just to remind the board members, currently your process is that agenda items go to the chairman. Then it's shared with the executive director, who chairs it with me. And then if for some reason the chairman declines a board member requested item, then any board member can bring that up toward the end of the agenda as an administrative matter, even though it's not agendized. They can just say, I'd like to see on the next agenda X. I proposed it to the chairman, but it was declined. And then you could have a dialogue about that. That is appropriate, as long as you don't discuss the substance of what is in that, even though it's not agendized. So that is your kind of fallback process that you already have. That being said, Executive Director Stowers is absolutely correct. You could make whatever changes to your governance policy you want. And I'm reminded by my staff that the illegality standard that I'm exercising is not my creation. That was actually something the board members put in the governance policy. So that is your policy I am acting forward on. So.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber, I think has a question.
Well, if I might, over the time between now and the next meeting, if we could speak about kind of how we clarify that process that currently exists.
Sure.
So that
Okay.
items are submitted to our chair. If they're declined, then they would go through that process that already exists. And I think if we make good use of that a bit more, and that would be the best thing.
Absolutely.
We will
with- Yeah, with
schedule
your,
some time with you to go over it. And
yeah, with your permission, the executive director and I can work with your office and kind of come up with something that you or we would be comfortable proposing to the board at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Our Deputy Controller, I think, wanted to weigh in.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I want to thank the spirited discussion today on this item. Number one, I believe that as leaders of the state, we have accountability to the public, to hear them, to see them, to help them and solve some of the most pressing issues that are facing California today, whether it be the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, which is linked to the housing crisis, the wildfires that are plaguing this state with wildfire season starting, charring homes. So, and then just my second point would be in regards to the items that have been brought up so far this past year. I believe they've all been so helpful and informative and just kind of gaining knowledge, and I applaud the chairman and his office for making it so informative for myself included. I just have one question in regards to the governance policy. Do we do a annual or biannual review of that policy?
It's open. I mean, we did at the very beginning because we were all new, but since then, it's pretty much open to
Actually,
whenever
excuse
we
me,
want to
sir.
agendize it.
It is
correct?
whenever you want to agendize it, but
Right.
you, in your, in your policy, you guys did ask for it to be reviewed every year. It's
Like I
just-
said, in November or
Yeah.
December.
It's usually at the end of the year, yeah.
End of the year.
Towards the end of the
Okay.
year.
Okay, got it.
With
got it.
the idea.
But there's nothing set in stone. I mean,
Yes, nothing set in stone. It's a living document, and I think actually we did, I know we did it in December.
We did, because there was
and
some confusion
there
on
was
the
some
election.
Confusion, and then
Yeah.
we actually, being me, wanted to do
Yes.
it in January because I knew that we was having a new member coming on
Exactly.
board. So it's, and even you're kind of new.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
it might be time to consider putting that on the agenda. I don't know if it's July or August is the best time. We have to check
We
with
could
Ms.
look
Taylor
and see in
and see
terms of
what.
management, yeah.
Yeah, that calendar is getting pretty full, but let's work on it.
Yeah, I would really appreciate that. I think having a biannual review of the governance policy, we're halfway through the year, believe it or not, and even if it's on the agenda in a quick discussion or just, hey, just a check off, I think it would be helpful just for us to continuously improving all the process and procedures of the board. So I'm all for that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well
and
noted.
just as a reminder to the board, I believe the reason the board originally selected November, December timeframe was they just wanted to make sure any changes to the governor's policy went into effect with a new chairman or a new vice chairman, as the case may be. So, yeah.
Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, I'm, you know, this entire board of the 4 elected officials we have here come with decades of experience in prior governments. Ms. Lieber and Mr. Gaines have both been in the state legislature for years and served with honor and respect. The chair and I have been leaders of major city governments, and we learn of rules and ideas and ways they do business that we can bring to this board, and I think that's a great thing. I want you to know that we do cut off free speech because we have a 3-minute limit sometimes. So we know we got 6 people want to speak in a deal, you each can have 3 minutes or 5 minutes. I mean, if an evangelist comes in and wants to spend an hour lecturing to us why we are sinning with what we're talking about, we can reduce that to 5 minutes. I mean, that's the chair has that prerogative, and all he needs is the support of the majority of his board, which it would be a given. I want you to know that all the growling that I'm doing today was not as to our whole agenda, our whole life. I'm limited down to the board member requested items. So I think the board member requested items, we could possibly say the public, you know, you're gonna have to stand down for a minute. This is something that just we guys and gals are gonna talk about. When we get through with that board member requested items, then everybody can speak forever on it. They're 2 different concepts. So I want you to know that my unhappiness is just with a very limited part, and it's just limiting it to what I would call common sense. And I do appreciate the input from each of you today, I do know we have some history in having some limitation on what we receive from the public, but I agree, as Senator Gaines does, that our mission is to be transparent and let everybody have their say, but we also have to do it in common sense. I've seen city councils sit up all night long till 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning to let everybody have a piece, but that's not as to the board members' requested items. That's our own little protected, our own little gig, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Schaefer. If I can just make sure that we are all on the same page, my understanding is the executive director, in consultation with myself, will be talking with Vice Chair Lieber for possible modifications or proposed modifications to the governance policy. That will be brought back to the board where all the board members can weigh in. At that time, obviously, you're free to add or subtract any changes you have, and we'll take another robust look at our governance or your governance policy.
That's a good idea. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And thank you all. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, we'll move on to our next item.
Okay, good. Our next item on the agenda is the Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group. I want to go through and make sure that we understand the process of going into a board work group, that we're going to need to take a recess from the current work group,
Oh, yeah, I do.
the board meeting that we're in, and then we'll convene the Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group. So if you'd like to start that, Mr. Vasquez?
Okay. Yes, so it says the Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group meeting convenes, do we need to
Take a
put ours in a
recess?
recess?
Yes.
All right, so we'll officially put our board at recess, I guess it's 12:07. And then we'll reconvene as the Property Tax Abatement Board group meeting. I'll call that to order at 12:07.
Okay.
And I'm looking at this, I guess we have the agenda is item 1, Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group Report. Update on Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group Report presented by Controller Member Cohen, and I'm assuming it's going to be our Deputy Controller here.
Yes.
Since it appears that Controller Cohen is unable to appear at this time, it's my understanding that our Deputy Controller here will take it from here.
Thank you, Chairman. It's good afternoon now.
Yes.
On behalf of the Controller, I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to report out on the Property Tax Abatement Work Group. Just a quick recap. During the summer of 2022 and into the fall, there was a series of meetings of the Property Tax Abatement Work Group held by this board. We received testimony from distinguished leaders in state and local government, representatives from academic and public policy research groups and think tanks, leaders in the struggle to redress historic wrongs like redlining and exclusion from capital, and from developers in both the nonprofit and for-profit space who have extensive experience in building housing here in California. We also heard from leaders in other states, such as New York, who have implemented property tax abatement programs to grow the number of affordable housing units, particularly those that are accessible to the so-called missing middle, our school teachers, our firefighters, our nurses, our manufacturer workers, all who share the goal of building more housing that is affordable and accessible to the middle class. In particular, stakeholders in California recognize the urgent need to produce 2.5 million housing units in California by 2030, with the goal of at least 1 million of these units being affordable. So during the meetings of this work group, we have all learned how difficult it is just to gain consensus on what is needed to produce those millions of housing units that are desperately needed. The work group focused on the possibility of using property tax abatements with a backfill to ensure no revenue loss for our schools or local governments. The work group extensively explored whether property tax abatements can be used to incentivize housing development in California. So I'm happy to share with you all today as a report out that the final report is actually in the final stages and near completion, and will be released this summer of 2023. This report will include public policy perspectives, recommendations for going forward, and ensure that all stakeholders involved were rightfully heard and have a seat at the table when complex policy discussions occur. We all know that public policy innovation can be difficult and often strenuous. However, as board members, we must assume the responsibility that is given to us as administrators of California's $85 billion property tax system to study all the ways our property tax system can be leveraged to address our state's unmet housing needs. It is my hope that this final report will stimulate a public policy debate that will continue to inform discussions about property tax abatements by the governor, the legislature, local governments, think tanks, universities, and stakeholders in the public. So in conclusion, very, very proud of this report that's going to be released, partnering with the chairman's office, of course, to release this report in the coming weeks and taking bold action here to solving California's most pressing issue of this generation, the affordable housing crisis. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, and thank Controller Cohen for her work and her dedication on this effort and her presentation. With that, let me open it up to the members if there's any comments or questions. Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I'm looking forward to the report, but I had just read something, it was last night, an article that I thought was appropriate that we'd want to just be aware of, and it has to do with the use of the builder's remedy. And so apparently this is cropping up all over in the Bay Area and Marin County, in your city. Yes. They talk about a particular project here in Santa Monica. And what it is that apparently they call it the nuclear option, but it gives the ability for a developer to ask for like a supersized project that really may not fit in a community, be like a large multi-storied condo complex or apartment complex that might be 10 or 12 stories in height. And I think what it's supposed to do apparently is to kind of force the issue before a city council or even a board of supervisors perhaps. And so it does reference Santa Monica apparently struck a deal with a developer to allow 10 scaled down builder's remedy proposals rather than risk going to court over high-rise projects. They also mentioned Marin County, where a Michigan-based real estate equity firm has threatened the provision to develop 150 homes in rustic Lucas Valley if his 39-home application is denied. So it's getting very heated, and these are tough issues, but we've got to try to balance it. I think the state has to, and all the locals have to figure out how do we balance this so we provide more housing for folks. But I just thought that was interesting that it's all over the state.
Oh, it is, yeah.
But just for your reference.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, that was one of the issues I had just before I got off the council. Because it's just, our problem in Santa Monica, we're a job center, and, between the jobs and the housing balance, we're out of whack.
Yeah.
So many people come to work there, but can't afford to live there.
Yes, yeah.
And that's the challenge. Well, you're having it up and down the coast, right? I'm sure it's happening in the Bay Area as well. It's a real tough one. But it looks like the governor is really being kind of aggressive on this, because now I know in the past, they've always kind of left like the Huntington Beach area alone. And now they're saying, no, you have to step up and also do your share. And I know some of them are filing lawsuits against that. And you're probably going to see more of that happening. But you're right.
Great, thank you.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you. Well, I'm very interested to see the report from the work group, and I'm particularly interested in the options for backfilling to the counties. Any loss of property taxes, and to ensure that our local school districts are kept whole. And talking with my assessors, that's a chief concern that they have. And I think also when we're looking at missing middle, we need to look at perhaps blending that with essential workers who are in healthcare, home care, childcare, education, because right now, at least from the Silicon Valley perspective, people who fit into a median wage are actually very highly paid, and they're on their way to earn much more money. And for our constituents, we have to pay absolute attention to making sure that essential workers are still able to be present in the community. I think in my home city, I'm not sure that we have any of our firefighters that still live in California. The predominant location for them to live is Henderson, Nevada. And so as using median income alone really skews the results in many areas of our state, and I think we have to blend into that what is essential for our communities to survive.
No, it's interesting you mentioned firefighters, because I just ran across a young man that I grew up with his father, and only to find out he's a firefighter in Santa Monica, and he's telling me he lives in Tennessee. He's literally commuting. I guess firefighters have that luxury, have that flexibility, I should say, where, they're off sometimes for 4 days, but they work these long 3 days, straight through, 24-hour shifts, right? Because they sleep there, and so it allows them. But I've heard of Arizona and Nevada, but I mean, I haven't heard of anybody traveling further out. He's literally lives in Tennessee and he commutes. I said, that's what it's coming to. But, you know, and also you're mentioning, just yesterday I was there at the Tax and Rev supporting our Senator Rubio SB 734 that she came here and spoke to us about. So I was there to testify, and it's interesting, it came up. Somebody, I think it was from Pasadena, was saying, you know, how come you don't lift up the AMI to the 120? I guess they were interested in, I think, kind of the missing middle. And I said, well, you know, part of the problem you have with that is kind of what you hit on, is that we have to be careful because if we exempt, if we go that far up, then we're really going to impact the cities, the schools, the cities, and the counties that depend on that property tax for their operational budgets. So I know it's kind of that's one of the challenges. That's why I rebutted it with the young lady that was there from Pasadena. I said, no, I understand where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's our role to penalize our cities and our schools with this. I think if it's true affordable, I think it does, even though they're going to lose a little bit of income, it does, I think, on the backside, help those folks to hopefully maybe not live where they work, but at least come closer to their place of employment. Oh, yes, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. I also want to take a moment to thank the Bay Area Council as well for their partnership in this report. It's adding to the summer workload here, but I'm actually going to be really happy to roll my sleeves up and solve some of the most pressing issues that California faces. And just in regards to affordability, I've seen this report in San Francisco, making $104,000 a year is considered low income.
Low income, is that so?
So collectively, as leaders here, we're going to put our minds together and figure out how we can make sure that every person who wants to call California home can afford it and be sheltered and live in it with dignity and grace. Thank you.
That's for an individual too, it's not a family.
Isn't that?
Yeah. Wild.
Well, with that, hearing no other comments, I guess we have to officially adjourn this work group, which we'll do, I guess, now at 12:19. And then we'll reconvene at 12:19 as the BOE board. Okay. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would move on to the next item.
I think we're going to try to do lunch hour
Oh.
before we do the executive director's reports. So we.
Yeah,
it's
12:19.
12:20, so
So how much time do we need?
1 hour.
So it just changed, 12:20, so we'll adjourn at, well, actually, no, we'll take a recess, a lunch break here at 12:20 and come back at 1:20.
Thank you.
Good?
There you go.
Okay. Looks like we're all ready to go. It's 1:24. We'll reconvene our meeting. Ms. Cicchetti,
Yes, hi.
if you would please
Good afternoon.
call up our next item.
The next item is item 10, Executive Director's Report, report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues, presented by Ms. Stowers. Logistics.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I am Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, for today, I will report on a couple of items. I will provide an update on ACA 11, and then I will highlight on some upcoming meetings update of note. Members, I would like to provide an update on ACA 11. As I reported in the March meeting, Assembly members Ting, Irwin, and Petrie Norris introduced legislation to restructure the BOE. On May 4th, ACA 11 was referred to the Revenue, Taxation, and Election Committees. On May 8th, ACA 11 was amended. The amendments made changes to the operative date from January 1st, 2026 to January 1st, 2027. ACA 11 was previously scheduled for hearing in the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee for June 12th. However, it was pulled from that agenda and later rescheduled for yesterday, June 26th. On Friday, we received word that it was pulled from yesterday's hearing. Currently, ACA 11 remains in both committees. Members, my staff and I will continue to monitor the bill and update you on the status. Next, I would like to highlight a few important dates on the horizon. First, as you know, the upcoming 2023 Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing is set for August 29, 2023, here in Sacramento. The hearing provides an opportunity for taxpayers, county assessors, and other stakeholders to provide comments on items discussed in the most recent Taxpayer Bill of Rights, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Annual Report, as well as present ideas, concerns, and input on the quality of the agency's services related to State Board of Equalization administration of its programs. Other meetings I would like to note is August 7th through the 10th is the Northern California's Assessors Association Regional Conference. This conference will be held in Placer County. On September 27th, the members, you will host your annual meeting with assessors here in Sacramento. And finally, members, at this time, I would like to just have a gentle reminder that as we come to the end of this quarter, at the July meeting, we will have our quarterly updates from program staff. Those updates will include budget, communication, chief counsel, and the assessment practice surveys unit. That concludes my report on item 10. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Members, do we have any questions? Oh, yes. Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Executive Director, for that report. It sounds like a lot of important dates are coming up here over the summer and into the fall. In regards to the annual meeting with the county assessors, we sent the invitation, correct? And I know we're planning on doing something for the retired assessors. So if I can request some type of list or...
Excuse me, sir, but we're not planning to do anything with retired assessors. We did that last year because we had a large numbers of assessors that were retiring. But that has not been something that we placed on the agenda that the chairman's office has indicated that he was interested in doing. But if that's the desire of the chair, we will look into it.
Well, I think it's always an honor to see that these retired assessors are honored around their colleagues and at the Board of Equalization. This is something that I think the controller will be interested in at our annual meeting, but I'll be opening that and I'll yield that to the chairman at his discretion. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments, go ahead.
All righty.
The next item on the agenda is item 11, Executive Director's Report, extension of time to complete local assessment roles.
Members, Revenue and Taxation Code 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessment roles by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the Board of Equalization or its executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for an official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the executive director inform the board of any such extensions at its next scheduling meeting. This report is to inform you that the following counties have requested and have been granted an extension: Alpine, Colusa, Humboldt, Inyo, Lake, Lassen, Placer, Plumas, San Bernardino, Tahami, Tulare County. Thank you. Tehama. and
Tehama.
Tehama. And Tulare County. And they all been granted and requested. We requested an extension, they have been granted, and I do believe they're all in District 1.
Just about.
Just about, just about. Members, that completes my report on item 11. I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes, Member Schaefer.
Ms. Stowers, is board approval required of these actions, or you're just reporting to us on what you've done?
I'm reporting, when an assessor is asking for an extension of time, either the board approves the extension or the executive director does it. I generally do it because these extensions come on a flow basis starting in January, and I approve them throughout the month, and then at the next scheduled board meeting, RCC 155 requires me to inform you guys of the approval.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Ms.
next
Chiquetta.
item, the next item is item 12, operational priorities. Report on the status of operational priorities, and this matter is being presented by the Chief Deputy Director, Ms. Renati.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, the Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. Since our last meeting, we have filled 5 positions. One was a promotion of an internal candidate, and the other 4 were new to the BOE. I'm happy to announce that one of those new employees is Mr. Ted Angelo. He accepted the position as BOE's new Chief of Legislative Research and Statistics Division. Mr. Angelo brings a wealth of legislative experience to the BOE, and we are very pleased to have him on our team. Later today, you will have a chance to meet him when he presents his report on the activities of his division. As you are well aware, in the last 5 years, we have made great strides in meeting the agency's strategic goal to revitalize our workforce and rebuild our infrastructure. This is evidenced by the fact that we have restored all essential functions of our agency. We have restored our delegating hiring authority. We have developed and implemented proven recruitment methods and workforce development plans for career growth. We are actively implementing our succession plans to ensure continuity of knowledge and mitigate risk related to the loss of experienced tax professionals who may retire. Due to these efforts, we are making steady progress to ensure our agency has the tools needed to develop the next generation of property tax experts. To demonstrate, one of the changes we have made at BOE is to ensure we meet our goals is regarding our mandated training. By statute and civil service rules, state agencies must provide employees with specific training courses on an annual basis, and courses, some courses are every other year, and some are every 4 years. The training includes important topics such as ethics, information security, anti-nepotism, and harassment prevention. To ensure all BOE employees timely complete these state-mandated courses, BOE employees complete specific portions of the mandated training at the same time. The classes are provided online, they're self-paced, and the time expended per class varies from 15 minutes to 3.5 hours. The use of this annual training cycle eliminates the need to track individual employees and their training histories and allow us to ensure that we efficiently complete this important effort. Members, this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Renati. I'm pleased to see that you've done such a great job in filling all these positions. You know, I know that's been a challenge, and really looking forward to your new hire, the most recent, I guess, the
Yes.
Chief Legislative Research, Mr. Angelo, who will be presented a little bit later. But, you know, when you mention your work on succession and planning, and that there's 5 generations in BOE workplace, could you give us a brief snapshot of how the generational differences impact the process and knowledge transfer moving forward?
Yeah, thank you for that question. You're right. For the first time, BOE does have 5 generations in our workplace. 1% of those are traditionalists, which are born between 1922 and 1945. So you can tell people like to stay at the BOE a long time. We still have a traditionalist on board. We have 28% are baby boomers. Those are for 1946 to 1964. 40% are Generation X, which is 65 to 79, the years that they were born. 28% are millennials, and I think we have 3% are Generation Z. So we're bringing in that next generation. Based on statistics in 2021, there are more millennials than there ever were baby boomers. So we expect millennials to be a big factor in BOE and how we learn and train people. And in general, the different generations, there's generalities, but all of them, there's different ways that they like to learn, they like preferences of how they want to have their unique experiences. And so what we're doing at BOE is recognizing that traditionalists and baby boomers may favor in-person, face-to-face classroom-style training, whereas the millennials and Gen Z like more independent training, more self-paced training, more interactive training, and then Generation X, the sandwich generation, they like a little bit of hybrid of both. So at BOE, we are using that in our training of our new employees, a training of also the assessors, and ensuring that we have a bit of both. We have hybrid, we have online, we have self-paced, and so we're making sure that we are meeting the needs of the different generations while still getting that important training done. So we are taking a look at those generations, how they learn, and in fact, one of our mandated classes that we added to the state mandated classes is generational differences, and those are for our managers and our employees. So they learn how everyone wants the same thing, they just do it a little differently. So, thank you for the question.
Thank you. Oh, Member Gaines, go ahead.
Can you repeat the percentages and the age brackets
So
you're born?
we have 1%,
Okay.
it's one person, is a traditionalist.
One person.
Born between, and thank goodness for them, because they have a wealth of knowledge. A traditionalist, they're born between 1922 and 1945. 28% of our staff are currently baby boomers, 1946 to 1964. 40% are Gen X, that's 1965 to 1979. 28% are millennials, 1980 to 1994, and 3% are Generation Z, 1995 to 2012. So we recognize that 50% of our staff are eligible to retire, but we also show that although they're eligible, people do stay a little longer. And so that knowledge transfer, we suffered after AB 102, and now we're really making all those efforts to make sure that knowledge is transferred and that the new staff that have come on board and get the training they need so they can
That's
keep
great.
going.
And Gen Z is 2 or 3%?
They're 3%, but we're bringing a lot of new Gen Zs in, so that's the next generation coming in.
Wow,
So
that's great.
millennials are aging. Don't tell them, though.
They don't want to hear it.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Seeing no other comments, thank you.
Thanks.
The next item on the agenda is item number 13, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, update on activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This matter is being presented by Ms. Thompson.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, the Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm pleased to be here today to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. First, I'd like to share with you some statistics on the number of completed cases that our office did in last month to provide some insight on the type of these cases. The memo that's attached to your public agenda notice contains these statistics, so I'm going to go through that as far as a breakdown of the number of completed cases by board member district, as well as topic areas within the administrative and valuation category, and provide a little further breakdown for exemptions and exclusions. In May 2023, we completed 21 cases. 7 were in board member Gaines's district, District 1. 9 were in board member Lieber's district, District 2. 4 were in board member Vasquez's district, District 3. And 1 was in board member Schaefer's district, District 4. Of the 21 completed cases, 7 were admitted in the administrative category and 14 in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bill. And the valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, new construction, assessment appeals, decline in values, exclusions, exemptions, and general property taxation. With respect to the administrative category, and it's 7 in total, 2 pertain to delinquent or defaulted property taxes, 3 pertain to penalties or penalty cancellations, and 1 was in another category which dealt with the name used on a property's assessment records. With respect to the valuation category, and it's 14 cases in total, 1 pertained to actual enrollment of values, 1 pertained to assessment appeals, 2 pertained to decline in value, 3 cases addressed exclusions from reassessment, 3 involved exemptions, 2 involved general property taxation, and 2 pertain to new construction. To provide a further insight on the specific types of those exclusions and exemptions, I offer this further breakdown. For the 3 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 2 pertain to base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over, and 1 pertained to the parent-child transfer exclusion. All of the base year value transfer exclusion cases occurred during the time of prior law before Proposition 19's April 1st, 2021 effective date for its base year value transfer provisions. 1 was for a transfer under Proposition 60 within the same county, and the other under Proposition 90 where the taxpayer wished to transfer their base year value to another county. The 1 parent-child exclusion fell under the provisions of current law of Proposition 19, since that transfer occurred on current law of Proposition 19, since that occurred on February 16th, effective date of the Proposition 19's intergenerational transfer exclusions. Thus, 1 of the 3 exclusion cases were under the purview of Proposition 19, so 33% of the exclusion or exemption cases pertain to the time of current law as opposed to during the time of prior law before Proposition 19. For the 1 case involving exemptions, it pertained to the historical aircraft exemption. To provide additional insight on the nature of cases that our office works to assist taxpayers, I offer you some additional information on a case that our office had worked on and how we helped that taxpayer. An example of a case our office helped resolve involved a taxpayer who felt the disabled veterans exemption wasn't helping to reduce his taxes. We reviewed the property assessment history since the time of the taxpayer's purchase to confirm that the taxpayer was receiving the exemption, and we examined the property tax bills available online with the county tax collector's office to ensure that the exemption was applied, and to also see if there were any special assessments or direct levies that had caused the amount the taxpayer was paying to be so high. We found that the exemptions were applied, which did reduce the property's assessment and property taxes. However, there were additional charges collected on the property tax bill that were not ad valorem property taxes. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office talked with the taxpayer and explained that the disabled veterans exemption was applied, but that there were some special assessments or direct charges collected on the property tax bill from various voter-approved bonds and agency services, which were not exempt. We also explained to the taxpayer that there weren't any other exemptions available for property tax purposes outside of that disabled veteran's exemption for his home. However, if he was experiencing financial difficulty, he may wish to look into the property tax postponement program offered through the State Controller's Office. The next item I would like to report on to keep the members as informed is work associated with preparing for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing on August 29th, 2023. Earlier this month, we distributed posters and flyers to county agencies involved in property tax system, so they could post them in public areas and have them available for taxpayers coming in their office. An LTA was also issued advising assessors and interested parties about the hearing, so they are aware of the opportunity to attend and participate at the hearing. We'll update members at future meetings as we publicize the hearing over the next couple of months in advance of that August hearing at the board meeting. Finally, I wanted to share some information about taxpayer education. Our office has completed work on 2 information sheets, one on the homeowner's exemption and the other on the disabled veterans exemption. We just received final versions from our forms and publication sections on proof, and they are currently being made accessible, and they will be posted to our website shortly. At future meetings, the TRA office will provide further updates to keep you informed. That concludes my update, and I am available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for that excellent report. Really appreciate the work you folks have done, especially on this whole Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, and I'm looking forward to that hearing, I guess, coming up next month.
August, yeah.
In August.
2
I
months,
guess. Yeah, 2 months. But with that, let me open it up and see if there's any other, Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Thompson, I noticed in the cases for the past month of the 21 cases, only 1 was in my district. You had 7 in District 1, 9 in District 2, 4 in District 3. Does that mean we have less problems in Southern California? Or we just don't have enough opportunity to talk to the citizens? I'm just wondering, I think I should be busier.
It must be the sunshine. Everybody's happy. It just varies. Just every, different times we complete cases, and sometimes you may have more in your district than you do on others. So it kind of goes.
Maybe
And
if
in the
we-
annual report, I think we actually break it down off the look. So there's some breakdown, but we help all taxpayers contacting our office.
Well, I'm trying to have one of our meetings go down south. I think that'll get a little more interest, but I do appreciate you're taking good care of us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber.
And I would just note that my district is unquiet, so that may be a factor.
Unquiet.
A lot of uprisings over there, huh?
Likewise for mine.
Memory
They're
games.
vocal.
Those are pretty active. Well, you both of you have so many counties. That might make a difference too, right? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Cicchetti. if
All
you-
right. The
Bring
next
our next
item
up.
on the agenda is item 14, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues. This item will be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. For our report today, we have 3 items. 2 will be presented by Ms. Glenna Schultz. They will be the letters to assessors report and the training and certification report. And then our 3rd item will be what's going on in the State Assessed Properties Division, and that will be given by Ms. Michelle Cruz over there. But before I turn it over to them for their report, I wanted to provide the board with an update on an item that we've been working on for a little bit. As part of our modernization efforts, we've been trying really hard in updating what we can get on the internet and how we can make it available for taxpayers. So on that effort, we have our first true e-file and e-sign document out there. So our team has been working with our partners at CDTFA. It's been a couple-month process, but on our LEOP program, our Legal Entity Ownership Program, there's a form where entities have to file with the board in order to notify us of certain transactions. That form has been converted into electronic format a little while ago, but it wasn't a true e-file form. You can get it online, but you have to fill it out and actually email it in, and then you have to follow it up with a signature, a wet signature. It took a little bit, but our team worked on converting that form, and now it is true. You can get it online, fill it out online, submit it online, and actually sign it electronically. So it's the very first one for the Property Tax Department, I believe the first one for the BOE. I wanted to recognize our team for working so hard on getting that, making that possible, and our partners, the CDTFA. It's the beginning. We picked that one because that program only had basically one form. We did extensive testing. It's technically, it really works. You can file it, we can retrieve it, it goes to where it's supposed to and only where it's supposed to, and we can work it electronically. So that's a big win. It went live 2 weeks ago. We've already had a couple of filings, and so what we wanted to do was to get some user input as to what the user experience was, and whether we needed to basically change anything to give it, to enhance it. But it's been rolled out, it's been a soft opening. We've had a couple of submissions, and staff is working on them already, and we're looking for feedback. So that's an accomplishment that we actually were able to get done this month. Next on the docket is some forms for the welfare exemption program. There's been much talk about streamlining that process. There's 6 forms there. They've already been converted. They've gotten them up there. We're in the testing phase now, and we're hoping to bring that to the public for use in the very near future. So I'm available for any questions you may have on that. If not, I will turn it over for the next report.
No, thank you. I know that we've been working you and pushing that one real hard, especially for the electronic signatures. So
Yes.
really appreciate your work on that.
Of course.
Yes, we also have controller, deputy controller as well.
Thank you, Mr. Young. That's incredible news, and I just want to applaud you and your whole team for implementing those e-signatures. If you can kind of give me an estimate or a type of percentage on how quickly or faster that returns are processed with now this e-signature in place?
We're at the very beginning stages of it. I believe we have either 2 or 3 submissions so far, but we're hoping to we're trying to realize some real efficiencies without us having to wait for the hard signature to come in before we can act on them. We can receive them. The review of them will be electronic. We don't have to, if they send in a document, we don't have to scan it and turn it into an electronic form. We're hoping, just as a rough estimate, we're hoping to save at least 20 or 30% in processing time with just this process alone. So we'll see if it bears fruit. Of course, we will still have that other option available there are some folks that may not be as comfortable working in electronic format, so you always have that option. But we're hoping that the majority of our filings will come in that way, and that way staff can grab electronically, work electronically, review electronically, and send information out electronically. So,
That's some great news, and hopefully over time there's going to be more of an uptick. I was with I joined the chairman at the Franchise Tax Board meeting yesterday, and we were talking about e-filing.
Right.
It's about 93% now of taxpayers are e-filing their tax returns, and it's a number that's continuing to uptick as that trend comes along. So I applaud the board for kind of taking initiative in this direction. I'm looking forward to the data that's forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, I also just wanted to thank you for this. I know it's been in the works for a while, and so we've already launched our first form. But you mentioned that there are six more coming?
There's 6 more in development right now. They're for a different program. It's for the welfare exemption program.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So
I
hopefully
probably get
we'll find more
calls
streamline.
on that. I think I probably get more calls on that than any other item. So, and I know that some of those calls are not, in some cases, not related necessarily to our action, but in many cases, the applicant hasn't filled the form out correctly. So I think my recollection is that aren't we streamlining that form also? And making it a little more user-friendly?
You're absolutely correct. As part of the streamlining process that we went through, we did update the form. We made it a little bit more user-friendly. We revamped the way that we actually review and process the form. So it's another step in that whole welfare exemption process. With that, we've actually made quite reduction in the processing time it takes for us to basically review and approve the form. If everything is in, we're down to about a month, and we're able to review forms as they're being submitted within the week. So we've made great strides in that arena.
Good. When you say down to a month, compared to what?
Compared to several months prior.
Yeah,
So
okay.
one of the things that was really holding things up was that, one, without a wet signature execution on there, we can only get so far before we can approve it. With the signature, that will be basically automatic. We don't have to wait for that. It also helps in our process, how it comes into the work queue. If we get to a point where the majority of it is electronically filed, then it frees up our staff from having to take paper submissions, scanning into the system, and having it basically bottlenecked that way, and getting it, and before it can actually be sent to staff to work on. So every incremental bite we can take out of that apple actually really helps. It's a couple of days here, it's a couple of days there. If we're missing documents, our system now, we're able to request and get documents submitted electronically. So we don't have to wait for mailings and the other things that would hold things up. So it's incremental, but overall, it's actually reduced our processing time and our turnaround time.
Good, that's great. And can you tell me how many forms do we have that it makes sense for the electronic signature?
We have, so far we've already done one for LEOP. There's 6 that are commonly used for welfare exemption. There is another, in total, there's a little over 100 forms the board prescribes, but the majority of those are for use by the assessors, so they may not be submitted to us. But what is required to be submitted to us, our next big bite out of that apple will actually be for the State Assessed Properties Division. They annually receive property statements from several hundred state assessees, of which we assess about 350, 340 of them. But we've received more than that. So that will be, there will be a whole class of business property statements that we're hoping to tackle next. So we started with 1, we're gonna go with 6, and then we'll go with many
That's
after
great.
that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, of
Appreciate
course.
that.
Thank you.
If nothing else, then Ms. Schultz?
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to this month's agenda is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff has issued a total of 20 LTAs for calendar year 2023. Since our last board meeting, 4 of those LTAs have been issued and are summarized as follows. An LTA to issue the Monterey County Assessment Practices Survey, an LTA to issue the final versions of Property Tax Rules 462.520 and 462.540, an LTA to issue the Property Tax Directory, and an LTA announcing the 2023 Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing. This concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. I just have a couple questions for you. One is the Monterey assessor mentioned that they were unable to conduct audits on a regular basis because of staffing shortages, and that they will have a plan in the next year to remedy the issue. How can the BOE staff possibly assist or help in that?
I don't know that we can help them with that. I have not been part of that process.
Have we ever done that in the past?
If I may just offer, one of the things that we discussed earlier today was the amendment of Property Tax Rule 192, and what that does is that it actually allows the assessors, when they're unable to meet any 1 year's required audits, it allows them to basically treat it as a cycle for 4 years. So if you're required to do 10 a year for every year, if 1 year you only get 7 done, in the next year you could possibly do 13.
To
So
make
it's-
up.
Yeah, to make up a little bit for it. So there is that flexibility built into the system. We amended our property tax rule to comport to the 469 law changes that were done, so that may help.
Do we know if that was, did it happen because of retirements, or?
I think it's probably a combination of both. I think it's probably a combination of retirements and then just the tough
workload.
hiring environment of trying to find qualified folks in order to do that type of specialized work.
And then, my other question to you was just, can you kind of go over the proposed property tax rule 192? I guess it's the audit selection that we just heard about earlier today.
The amendments to that rule are merely to conform the rule to changes to Section 469, which were made in 2018. And essentially, the 2018 change to the law was to allow assessors flexibility in scheduling their mandatory audits. Prior to that law, they had to complete a certain number of mandatory audits every year. But after that law change, which was sponsored by the CAA to help smaller counties with they can schedule all their mandatory audits at one time instead of over a 4-year period. And so the change to the rule simply conforms the rule to that law change.
Thank you. See no other questions, I guess you can continue.
I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. For the 2023-24 fiscal year, BOE staff has scheduled 24 classes and 3 workshops. Staff is working to schedule additional classes using instructors from county assessors' offices. We also continue to offer our existing online training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses available on the BOE's website, plus our self-study training sessions also available on the BOE's website. This concludes my report on training and certification. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
I have just one quick question, then I think
Sure.
our deputy controller also has one. Ms. Schultz, just, and it kind of goes back to, can you tell us how the counties have been able to utilize the volunteer instructors? I know you kind of touched on it, and perhaps if there's a possibility to train and get more potential candidates wanting to become instructors, I guess.
We have utilized county instructors for a number of years now. Last year, I believe we had 3 training classes that were taught by county instructors. And they would contact us. They go through an interview process as we make sure that they have the qualifications to teach those classes, and they've actually taken our board classes. And then we work with them to schedule, and the first classes they teach will be within their own counties. So for this upcoming year, we have 6 counties that are interested in holding extra classes for their own personnel.
Thank you. Did you want to add something?
If I may add,
Sure.
our training, we haven't had a rigorous training program for county employees that want to teach our classes. By and far, because we probably didn't need it, they tend to be subject matter experts with that expertise, and that's part of their drive as to wanting to impart some of that knowledge. And basically, it's, as Ms. Schultz already mentioned, it started out with with them wanting to teach it basically to their own staff. And so since there was some extra capacity, every once in a while, we would open it up to other counties who also wanted to participate.
Thank you.
Of course.
Deputy Controller, and then I think Member Gaines also had something. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for your report. And I understand you mentioned 24 classes in this cycle. Last cycle, BOE was at 33 classes, if I'm not mistaken, and you said we're going to add classes along the way. Is that by those that by demand?
Well, we've had, since that, we've had a retirement, so we have some vacant positions. So once we get those filled, then we anticipate adding extra classes to our schedule.
Understood. Hopefully, that vacancy will be filled sooner than later. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, I just was really interested in hearing that we've got 6 counties that are teaching classes to their own staff. So can you just expand on that a little bit in terms of, we are assisting them, it sounds like. Is that with curriculum, and is it with teachers?
They actually take our course, like we have certain instructors that will teach course 5 for us, so they take our course 5.
Okay.
It's the exact same course that we would teach.
Yes,
They
okay.
teach it to their employees, and it's usually the larger Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Orange, Sacramento, San Francisco, Santa Clara,
Okay.
are the 6 counties.
Okay, and how's that going?
I guess it's doing well. They have a passing, last year, the
okay,
3
all
that
right.
were done had a passing score, so.
Yeah.
It's been going well. We're very appreciative of their participation. It really does help us and it helps them. But Ms. Schultz is absolutely correct. It's our curriculum, it's our course. It's our material, it's our test, and we actually do the corrections we actually grade the test. But they're facilitating the teaching part of it because they have subject matter experts in those areas.
Sure. And is it growing? Are we offering curriculum to more counties?
We are. It kind of waxes and wanes with
Okay.
each county's excess capacity. Sometimes they find themselves with somebody with a subject matter expert in possessory interest or the income approach, and we're able to utilize that. And sometimes they're in the same boat as we are. Sometimes they don't have that extra capacity, and they don't have the same amount of expertise to share. So when we find it, we try to use it, and we try to offer as many classes as possible.
Okay. And are those face-to-face in these counties when they're providing them to their own staff? They're not online.
For their own staff, I believe a lot of it is probably face-to-face, but overall, since this COVID-19 experiment was upon us, our classes and how we offer them has actually shifted. And at first, it was a shift driven by COVID-19 and quarantining, but now it's more of a demand created shift. We find that our classes, when we offer 5 classes of a course 2, which is our basic cost class, the ones that are remote, they fill up really quickly. There's a long waiting list of 40 on the waiting list. The ones that are in person, we will probably get about half the enrollment. And it's just a different. It's a very demand-driven thing now.
Sure.
We found that it just shifted a little. Folks they're used to learning remotely, and there are some benefits financially to the assessor's offices. They don't have to pay for somebody to come, go to a different venue, take 4 days off of work and go there. They're able to either take it at home or take it in the office.
Sure.
So it was a supply-driven shift. It's kind of interesting how now it's kind of a demand-driven shift. It's just remote. We're about 75% remote now, and that's kind of where the numbers are kind of settling down into.
Very good.
Yeah.
So we're adjusting. That's
Yeah.
good. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Our next presentation will be by Ms. Cruz for State Assessed Properties Division.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Michelle Cruz, Manager of the State Assessed Property Division. Today, I will provide a brief update on the status of ongoing work in our division. Staff continues working to complete the private railroad car assessments for the current year. Private railroad car property statements were due April 30th, and staff have been working diligently to complete the appraisals. The final PRC values will appear before the board at the July board meeting. Staff have completed the annual allocations of the unitary values the board adopted in May, and the allocation reports were mailed to each state assessee on June 15th as required by Revenue and Taxation Code Section 746. Assessees now have a period of time to review the allocation reports and notify us of any errors or concerns before the July meeting to adopt this year's board roll of a state assessed property. Staff are also currently preparing the preliminary roll. Revenue and Taxation Code 755 requires us to transmit the preliminary roll to each county auditor by July 15th. The preliminary roll only provides an assessment total of each tax rate area and does not provide additional details that appear on the final roll transmitted to the board adoption in July. We hope to have the preliminary roll mailed around June 30th. Finally, the date to file a petition disputing a state assessee's unitary value is July 20th. We have already received some petitions for the unitary appeal season. These represent unresolved issues from the appraisal season that our staff and assessees agreed to continue working on. As a result of some petitions being filed early this year, we would have anticipated that petitions will come before the board a little earlier than we have seen in the past few years. In recent years, the first petitions have come before the board in October, so we expect that to happen in either August or September for this year. That concludes my report on the status of our division's ongoing work for this month, and I am available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz, and thank you for your team. The work that you've done with all the assessees to handle this at a local level has been real helpful, because then it doesn't come before us, right? You're able to resolve a lot of these issues. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item 15, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report, update on the administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE. This item is being presented by Mr. Angelo.
The Mr. Angelo, right? Yes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Good to see some familiar faces. And again, for the record, my name's Ted Angelo. I'm the new chief of the Legislative and Research and Statistics Division at the BOE. Today, I'm going to provide a very brief summary of the bills we're following that could impact BOE's tax programs and administration. As has been noted before by Ms. Stowers, we're tracking constitutional amendments, which are relatively new to me, but not to this board. About 25 bills that would affect our tax programs. And we send those out to you on a weekly basis and give you an update where they are going through the process. And I'll talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to go into great detail today. As Ms. Stowers indicated, ACA 11 was originally scheduled on June 12th, was pulled the morning of the hearing. Some of you were there. Us that are used to the legislative process weren't surprised by that too much, but it's just, a walk down memory lane when things like that occur. I was hoping that would change over the years, but it hasn't. It was rescheduled for yesterday. This time we were informed the bill was pulled on late Friday. So we got a little more of a heads up so folks didn't have to jump on planes. So that's nice. Just from a overview standpoint, and those that have served, like Ms. Lieber and Mr. Gaines, know that we're going through a leadership change, and so we're going to have a new speaker soon. As the term limits have changed over the years, we have new structures and timeframes for folks that have been here, but we're going to have new people in different positions taking over committees. So we don't really know who's going to be in those positions until that shift takes place. In general, many bills that I'm getting familiar with right now on property tax issues that you've been discussing today are crossing over into their second house. I'm providing that list to you. The analyses are being updated. There haven't been any big significant shifts in the policy within the legislation itself in terms of gut and amends and things like that. But there are quite a few bills that are moving, and they're dealing with the issues with veterans exemptions and some of the things that we've talked about today, welfare benefits. So I do have the list here, and in terms of my background, I've been fortunate to work for the state Senate and also the Department of Insurance, and in the private sector for a trade association representing insurance companies on the life and annuity side. And so I have a lot of experience, but I've been fortunate to work for revenue generating agencies in the past, like DMV and the Department of Insurance. So, and we assist people with revenue generation here too. So I just didn't expect to walk into a job with a bill that was going to be calling into question our existence. So I'll stop there, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
No, first of all, welcome, and thank you for your insights. But I was wondering if it was possible to get in a little bit deeper into at least the 8 that we supported, and I don't know if you're prepared to do that. I was looking at the SB 588, for example, from Senator Allen on property tax exemption.
Okay. I do have an updated list, and for those that I can't answer today, I'll make sure and get back to
No
your
problem.
office. Our department at the board will get back to you. SB 588 passed the Senate and with no opposition, and it's in the Assembly Rev and Tax Committee awaiting hearing, so it hasn't been scheduled yet.
Excuse me, can you give me?
And then I was thinking I was going to mention the others. You want me
That's
to
fine.
go
No,
ahead.
that's fine.
Oh.
Can you just give us a one-liner so it kind of cues our
Yeah.
brains on what that bill is?
Oh.
I know we've heard these. I think they probably came before us.
They
but
did.
That would
The
help me.
property tax exemption one, for example, is the one that's, would lift the I don't know if you want to say quota, the limit, because it was up, it was 20 million, and but it was all property. So for example, like in LA, for example, developer might own 3 or 4 property, especially those old buildings, they can get up to 20 million real quick. And then after that, they're no longer exempt.
Okay.
So this was going to lift it,
Lift the ceiling
lift the ceiling,
for affordable housing.
as long as it was affordable housing, exactly. Then we had 2 from Wiener, the SB 4 and SB 423. The 4 was planning and zoning housing development. I don't know if you have kept up with that one.
So that one passed the Senate 33-2, and it's now double referred in the Assembly. It passed its first committee on the 19th, and it's going to be scheduled in the Housing Committee. So it's moving in the Policy Committee in the Assembly.
And then his second one was the 423, was the land use, and that was to streamline the housing approvals for multifamily housing developments.
Right. That bill passed the Senate floor and is pending in the Assembly Housing Committee and should be scheduled soon.
Soon.
I have a question.
On this one or the other? Because I was going to write.
That was 423.
Yeah. And then you have SB 20 with Senator Rubio. That was the JPA, the Joint Powers Agreement for Regional Housing, the trust.
Right. That bill, I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yes.
No opposition on that bill, and the term they use for that often is consent. If you haven't heard that term used in the legislature before, when it's proposed consent, it has no votes and no opposition. They'll move bills. It's moved on consent. So unless it should move very smoothly through the next House, unless something pops up that garners some concern.
And then your second bill was SB 734, which was the property tax possessory interest. Actually, that was heard yesterday in tax. right?
Yes. So this is one that was on consent
Right.
with no opposition, but because it has fiscal implications, it went to the suspense file,
That's
which
right.
in my past life used to be only used in the appropriations committees for highly fiscal bills that were all bundled up and then heard in one hearing. Apparently, over this last several years, the fiscal policy committees uses the same terminology now. So that bill went to suspense, not because it has opposition, because of fiscal concerns. And they'll have a special hearing in Assembly Rev and Tax for those bills as well, coming up relatively soon.
And then the AB, I guess it's 556, which is Gallagher, was the property taxation transfer of base year value for disaster relief.
Yeah, the disaster relief bill extension is moving on consent, and it seems to be on a quick path towards the governor's office, in my opinion. It's moving with no opposition to extend that.
And then we had the two from Archuleta, SCA 6, which was property taxation for veterans exemption.
And that was recommended consent, and it's in Senate Appropriations Committee, but it hasn't been scheduled yet for hearing. As of June 26th, it hadn't been scheduled yet.
And then his second one, SB 871, also Archuleta, property taxation for homeowners, veterans, and disabled veterans exemptions.
Right. And there are a few of those this year, and they're on the list of the larger bills, but that one is also in Senate Appropriations and hasn't been scheduled yet. But I don't believe it had any opposition at this point.
And the last one that I kind of omitted was the AB 84, which is Ward, who came before us too, the property taxation welfare exemption. Even though we support it, I know we're kind of putting that on hold because I know the assessors seem to have still some issues or concerns, so we're hoping they can work those out.
Right. And that bill passed the Assembly floor, and it will be going to the Senate Governance and Finance Committee. It didn't have a lot of opposition to slow it at this point, so if the assessors are conveying those concerns, maybe it's something that slows down in the second house, but so far it had been moving relatively smoothly.
Thank you. I think Member Schaefer had a question.
Sure.
Hi, Mr. Angelo, and welcome. I'm a state officer. I, of course, am concerned about the recall of state officers. How's that going?
If you're talking about ACA 11,
Yes.
that's what I was talking about
That was
earlier.
the first one he said, yeah.
Yeah, so Ms. Stowers talked about it earlier. ACA 11 is the one that would, for lack of a better term, eliminate, the board.
Well, no, I'm talking about SCA 1, which is more general.
Oh, SCA 1?
By Newman?
No, that one I didn't have. The three that we were tracking were SCA 4, which was the
Yeah.
principal residence, SCA 6, the veterans exemption extension, and then ACA 11.
You're talking about the alcoholic beverage tax program. I understand we haven't had any appeals or cases on that in some time. This here is just to make public determinations in excess of 50,000.
SCA 1?
SB 889?
Okay, let me just double check. Oh, our proposal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, both bills are moving.
Well, how did we get a $50,000 cutoff? And wouldn't we want all of it to be disclosed, or is there too many?
That one is out of my bailiwick for right now, because I'm not sure how that was determined when the board came up with its proposal, but maybe Ms. Renati might know that.
Sure.
I can attempt to, off of memory, but when that proposal came to the board in December, prior to this, the taxpayers had to wait 10 days, and then had to wait 10 days before they could get their money back if there was a refund amount collected in error. Now, they get their money right away, based on this proposal. So what this does is it's a technical adjustment to the law to allow taxpayers that erroneously overpaid to get their money sooner.
So this makes us more efficient.
Yes, it makes the
Yes.
program more efficient.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Controller, I believe, had some questions for you.
Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Angelo. On behalf of the entire Controller's Office, I want to welcome you to the Board of Equalization. I know your experience and breadth of knowledge will be very helpful and beneficial in what I believe is one of the most important jobs to strengthen our relationship with members of the legislature and the Capitol. I also just want to take a moment to applaud the governor and the legislative leaders for finalizing a budget, the 2023-2024 budget, all while keeping some of our most historic investments intact: public safety, climate change, housing, and not tapping into our $38 billion in reserves. Board members, if you recall, in January, we received a report out on the governor's proposed budget, and I was hoping now that we're headed towards final print that we can request some type of report out here on the final numbers of the budget, if that's feasible for the next board meeting. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if there's Member Gaines. Sizemore.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the presentation. It's very thorough. Appreciate that. And with ACAs, we got to watch those really close
Oh, yeah.
because that meeting can be called at any time. So I know you're keeping an eye on it, and appreciate that you're in place and that you can continue tracking that. And I would agree with Deputy Controller's comments about getting updates on the budget. And it'd just be nice to be kept appraised. I know that we have Department of Finance come in here every year and give us an update, and we probably, as a matter of course, ought to do the same thing on the budget and get a review of the budget after it's been passed so we know what we're looking at.
I agree, Senator. I'll be happy if we have to do some type of motion or anything on the floor just to have that on the record. I'll refer to the legal counsel if that's an option here.
Thank you, Deputy Controller. Yes, I would recommend, if that's something you want to direct the ED to, try to arrange to have a motion.
Okay, thank you. I would like to put a motion forward to have the executive director report out on the 2023-2024 budget, California state budget, when it's in final print. I would request that at the next board meeting, but I know as going through the process, that would be nice.
Second.
So it's been moved and second, and it sounds like there's flexibility depending about when it's available, so
Correct.
it may or may not happen next month.
Yeah, the trailer bill process, we're not sure when those get finalized
Right.
as well, so there could be some timing issues on that.
Understood.
Wonderful. Thank you.
With that, do we need to go out to public comment on that? I
We're
think
going
we
to have
do.
to, if we're going to take a vote, yeah. And I'm sorry, I saw that it was moved by Mr. Emron.
Yes.
And then who seconded?
Second, and Member Gaines.
Gaines. I apologize, I didn't realize it. Yes, we have no one in the audience, I believe, who wants to make a public comment on this item. Let me go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you would like to provide public comment, please press 1-0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Thank you. All righty, so we have a motion to ask the executive director to report out on the 2023-2024 budget for the next meeting.
If possible, if not, it could be the following, because it may be not in form, or at least final
Okay.
production until maybe after our next meeting, but
Moved by Mr. Emron and second by Mr. Gaines. I could take roll.
yes.
Mr. Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of those present. Thank you. And with that, should we also take public comment, I guess, on the executive director's report?
That's correct.
Before we
We're
move
going to
on.
go to the next item. That's our last of the items. And yes, we're going to take public comment on the executive director report matters. We have no one in the audience who wanted to make a comment, and we've not received anything in writing. Let's go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding the executive director reports?
If you would like to provide public comment on the executive director reports, please press 1-0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, I guess we can move on, Ms.
Okay.
Cicchetti.
The next item on the agenda is closed session. The board will recess and go into closed session to discuss pending litigation matters, La Paloma Generating Company versus the California State Board of Equalization.
So it's 2:29. We'll take a short recess and we'll reconvene after our closed session. All right, we can go ahead and reconvene at 2:47, our board meeting. And we're going to report out that we're reconvening, and there was no decision made. We were just received some information from our attorneys. With that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would get us to our last item, I believe.
Yeah, last item on today is closing remarks and adjournment.
Thank you. Members, I'd like to just close, if we could today, adjourn our meeting in memory of the victims of this tragic violence and mass shooting on the weekend of June 17th and 18th, but also the remembrance of two women who made tremendous contributions in their individual fields. We lost a very active Democrat, past Democrat chair of our local club in Santa Monica, Julie Lopez Dodd, and wanted to just adjourn in her honor, and then also the one that we've all been hearing about more in the entertainment field, Tina Turner, for her contributions in the entertainment world. First, with Julie Lopez Dodd, she was one of our very active tenant organizers in Santa Monica who rose to the occasion to become actually the chair of our club and was actually involved in our planning commission and then later became one of our elected rent commissioners. She was involved close to 40 years in our city, even though she was raised in Arizona, but spent most of her life in Santa Monica. And she lost her battle with cancer just last week. So I'd like to just adjourn in her honor. She was very active, like I said, with our Dem Club, also with her neighborhood watch and in the Ocean Park community, as well as sitting on, like I said, our planning commission. She also served several years very active in not only our local club, but also in our county committee in LA with the Dem Club. And Tina Turner, who earned over a dozen Grammy Awards and won admiration from fans all over the world. And I know she had a very rough life at the beginning, but then once she finally broke off and went on her own, went on to be very successful. And it's with sadness that we have to adjourn in her honor as well. But very well recognized and she was able to turn her record, I guess the one chart topping, the one, in the 80s that really just took off and gave her recognition and was able to receive the Grammy Lifetime Achievement Trophy just recently and was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, first with Ike Turner and then as a solo artist in 2021. She retired in 2009 after completing her 50th anniversary tour, but is remembered as one of the most significant musical performers of the late 20th century. Also, with that, I just wanted to remind, as we adjourn too, is that wishing everybody a good 4th of July coming up, and hopefully you all have an opportunity to celebrate it in a very peaceful way coming up. And many of you, I know, and I hope you all take advantage of the many celebrations that will be taking place usually in parks or your cities or counties that are done hopefully in a very safe and legal way. Because I know many times you hear about these incidents where they get out of hand in local neighborhoods and stuff, and hopefully you have the opportunity to do that. I know in our city, we actually celebrate on July 1st. It's always the first Saturday before the holiday at Santa Monica College, where we allow the community to come in and have the experience of the 4th of July fireworks.
Chair Vasquez?
Yes.
I will be riding in a parade in Coronado on the 4th of July. If any of you are down that way, I've got free passes to the San Diego Zoo, and come see the parade on July 4th in Coronado.
Thank you. Any other, oh, yes, Deputy Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. We are officially at the halfway point of 2023.
Yes.
I just want to say how encouraged I am of this board, the progress, the direction, the work that's been done, and the work ahead of all of us. And I appreciate all of my board members, my fellow colleagues, for their hard work in their respected districts. Just wanted to make two more points. To all the Muslim community, the Eid al-Adha is one of the most significant holidays on the Islamic calendar. It's beginning this evening, and it's going to stretch for 3 days. So I'm hoping the entire Muslim community here in California and across the country, for a matter of fact, have a wonderful celebration with their family, friends, and loved ones, eat good food, and just enjoy the blessed time. And then lastly, I just want to take a moment to recognize a new addition to the Controller's Office. We have Miss Wendy O. Scott here, right here in the front. If you can wave, Wendy. Ms. Scott has an incredible experience and a breadth of knowledge that she's going to be contributing to the Controller's Office. She is an attorney. She graduated from the UC Davis School of Law, King Hall. She was actually a deputy controller for taxation under Governor Greg Davis, former controller, and Steve Wesley. She was a BOE tax counsel for many years and a chief deputy to former treasurer John Chung. So if you all get a moment just to welcome her onto the team, and I'm looking forward to working with you too, Ms. Scott. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you and welcome. I had the opportunity to meet her yesterday at the Franchise Tax Board. And now she's here with us at the BOE, and I know she's got a wealth of knowledge, so looking forward to her involvement. And with that, I guess we're officially, oh, Mr. Gaines, did you have something?
Yeah, if I could.
Sure, go ahead.
I just wanted to wish everybody a happy 4th of July and thank those who have served in past wars and
Oh,
those who
yes.
serve in our military, and peace through strength. I worry about a lot of the things happening around the world, and just want to make sure that we remain strong and can defend ourselves. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lieber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recognize the passing of a notable Californian, May Lee,
Oh,
who
yes.
was our both our oldest and our longest serving
Yes.
state employee. I won't say how many governors she served under, but it was a very large number.
Yeah.
And I think that also she was a real inspiration to women of all ages, that you can continue to pursue your passion and continue to be incredibly effective at work, no matter your age. And she was also a real living piece of history in terms of the API community.
Thank you.
No others? With that, we will officially adjourn at 2:56. Our next meeting will be July 25th and 26th. Have a safe one.